Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Prince of Storms in My Little Pony. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Ponyville, Library. In the small room where usually the elements bearers met to talk and resolve things peacefully, at the moment there was not even the slightest feeling of peace, as every mare present was trying to outscream the other while stealing glances at 2 tickets still held in Spike's hand as neutral party of their discussion. Quiet, Twilight finally roared, silencing her friends and stopping their arguing mid-sentence. "Betwee, I wanna go impress the Wonderbolts," Dash said, whining. "Yes, but I only have 2 tickets for the Grand Galloping Gala and we are 6. I don't want to disappoint any of you, okay? That's why I tried to take time with my decision," the purple unicorn answered in exasperation. "Oh," was the collective answer of the now kind of ashamed mares present. Celestia had that morning sent 2 tickets for the literally most famous ball in all Equestria to Twilight. The problem was that the delivery through Spike happened while the mare and the dragon were helping Applejack harvesting apples. From that onward, AJ, Dash, Rarity, Pinkie and Fluttershy even had tried to bribe their way into convincing Twilight to take them with her to the Grand Galloping Gala by playing favors to her in not very subtle ways, or in Pinkie's case literally singing about her reason for doing it. "Besides," Twilight then said, looking at Dash with narrowed eyes. "Yes. I thought that after that incident with Spitfire you had abandoned that dream of yours," she continued. "She decided to stand aside, and I can always take her place by showing my being better than her," Dash answered with crossed hooves. "You others are romantically involved with the prince. You don't even need a ticket to go there. Just ask him and he will tell the guards to let you in. I am the one that need that thing to enter," Rarity added, indignant. "Ah, kinda forgot 'bout that actually," AJ muttered, chuckling weakly. "That would be unfair though," Fluttershy said, uncertain. "I am writing to the princess, like hey, I will choose a friend over another. I prefer to not go there if that's the case," Twilight said, shaking her head and rapidly composing a letter and adding the 2 tickets to it. "Twilight," Pinkie said sadly. "It's okay, I prefer seeing my friends happy than going to a gala," she answered, smiling. "Spike. On it," the small dragon replied, sending the message away in a flare of magical flames. "So, what now?" Dash asked, bumping her head with the unicorns. "What now? I really need some cupcakes and apples. I am starving," Twilight answered, making the others chuckle. "Wait," Pinkie yelled as her tails twitched violently. "What?" AJ asked. "Incoming," the pink pony yelled, taking a military helmet and sandbags out of thin air to hide. "Goo. Ooh, EGH, Blea ARGH. In that same instant Spike started groaning before his belly inflated to comically huge proportions. As soon as he seemed about to explode, he simply puked out an immense fireball, shooting something against the wall at terminal speed, opening an hole to the outside. "Yay, it worked," a voice said weakly with a broken chuckle. "Muley," Dash said with wide eyes. "Prince Maelstrom," the others echoed. "Oh, hey there," the rust-red alicorn said, smiling wide while climbing inside the hole in the wall before repairing it. "I am not feeling so good," Spike moaned from the floor. "Sorry if I messed up your stomach, but I needed to escape. Can I stay hidden here for a while, please?" Maelstrom asked. "Why you are here? And why coming here through Spike?" Rarity asked, curious. "I need a place to hide until that Grand Gala is over," he answered, shrugging. "The Grand Galloping Gala? Why you want to hide from it?" Dash asked as she moved closer to him. "Mother and Auntie are driving me nuts with lessons about Bonton or whatever those fancy good manners are called. I am a warrior for Cammy's sake. A shinobi. For us the most elegant thing is sharing a glass of sake with friends after a mission to share stories. Only clan heads do that stuff, and even then only the Hyuga are all that pompous. We are people with our feet, no, with our hooves on earth. I don't want to learn which of the 6 forks or 7 knives and 4 glasses in front of me I have to use first. Hide me, Twee-chan. I'll do everything you want, but please. Hide me," the prince answered in despair and looking at the purple unicorn with his best kick dog expression. The fact that he had reverted to human terms told the girls he was very close at snapping. He had long stopped using terms like Cammy, or suffixes like chan, since he didn't want people to get confused about what he said. Well, I am sure it won't be so bad instead, maybe you are exaggerating. Twilight tried saying, disturbed by how hard he hugged her to renovate his plea for help. What's this? Pinkie asked as she noticed something resting on the floor near the wall the alicorn had flew through. No, don't look at those. The only stallion in the room yelled in horror. 6 tickets. The princess says that you should have just asked for more. We can all go, the pink mare said excitedly. Yes, the mares yelled as one in happiness. No, Maelstrom answered in pure sorrow as he curled into a ball to cry. Come on, don't be like that. We all will be there together. If you think there will be only stuck-up mares and stallions, at least you'll have us to talk with. Dash said, nuzzling her colt friend with a gentle smile. And, darling, that should be your element now, sophisticated company and important figures, better starting now to get used to them. Rarity said with a malevolent gleam in her eyes. What? The stallion said, taking a step back. Now that I think about it, your name does have some pretty great weight in the right circles, right? The fashionista said, moving closer with a frightening smirk on her face. Gulp. Maelstrom could only swallow loudly at the other mares' hungry gaze as they developed the same light in their eyes. Yup, you can help me then. Ya can talk them into trying the products of the Apple family of Ponyville. You would do that for your mare friend AJ, right? The farm mare asked while leaning closer to nuzzle him. We are friends, I am sure you will tell them how good I am at creating dresses. Rarity added, showing fangs that by norm should not be in an horse's mouth. It would be an awesome party. And I know my best friend Colt friend will help me making it even more awesome, right? You will help little Pinkie Pie Chan, right? Pinkie added as she nibbled his ear with her cutest pout. You can introduce me to Princess Luna and Celestia's pets in the royal garden, can you please do it? Fluttershy asked as she too nuzzled the prince. I don't. The stallion stammered as his back went pressed against the wall as he looked at Twilight for help. Don't look at me, I had to go through that myself all day, not going to switch their attention back on me. The mare muttered, shaking her head. Hooves down, he is my stallion first, and he will first help me joining the Wonderbolts, and then, if he has a spare minute and we are not having fun together, maybe he can try and help you others. Dash answered, turning the momentary smile of relief on Maelstrom's face into a deeper frown as her own request wormed its way in her words. Run, you fool! Kurama screamed from the seal. Eep! Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Massive shadow clone technique, the alicorn prince answered before an army of clones erupted into the small library to cover the real Maelstrom's escape. Did we scare him? Pinkie asked, confused. I think we did, dear. Now what? Rarity asked, huffing. Hello. Boss says that he admits defeat, he will wait for you others at the gala and be done with it. That and to dress comfortable other than nice, as there is not a too strict dress code. The things should go well into the night, so do not sacrifice comfort for excessive fanciness. A lone clone said, peeking inside from the open door. I'll keep that in mind, thank you. Rarity answered with a grateful nod. Tell him that I will show off some leg, at least he'll have something nice to look at. Dash said, grinning. I'll let him know. The blushing clone answered, dispelling. You are a temptress, Twilight said, chuckling. I just know my stallion. The other mare answered. Okay, enough chit-chat, I will need time to turn you others into something presentable, to the Belle Boutique. Away, Rarity said as she hurried out. Turn you others into something presentable, how nice of her. Dash said with a sarcastic tone. Batman style, scene transition, with Rarity's face on it. Night of the Grand Galloping Gala, outside the royal castle. It would have been a good idea. Twilight said with a frown. And I am with you, arriving with a fairy tale carriage dragged by white horses would have made a wonderful impact. Rarity answered, sighing. I seem to remember that it was your cat that scared the mouses turned horses away. Dash added while glaring at the fashionista. My little opalescence just misunderstood the situation, she answered, clearing her throat. Good thing ya convinced those two to help us, AJ said, pointing at the two heavily panting, almost unconscious from fatigue, stallions that were trying to not collapse and at the same time appear as dashing as they were when Rarity convinced them to drag the whole thing to Canterlot. The fact that they were drenched in sweat and shaking did ruin the effect a little though. "Thank you for helping us, Mr. Clover and Mr. Caramel," Fluttershy said with a tiny smile. "Ooh, pant. It was. Wheeze. Nothing hard. Hard intake of air, do this every day to keep in shape." The stallion with a clover-themed cutie mark said, puffing out his chest. Me too. Pant. I bet I can drag it back to Ponyville by myself with how light everything was. Caramel added. "We'll keep that in mind, thank you. Bye." Rarity answered uninterested as the group of mares walked towards the castle. "Can we collapse now?" Lucky Clover asked as soon as the element bearers were far enough. "Oh, Celestia, yes." Caramel answered, making both faint instantly and at the same time. Canterlot Castle. While the element bearers were moving closer to the palace, the Moon Alicorn and her beloved son were already helping Celestia in greeting the guests that kept arriving in hordes, eager to thank the two sisters for the chance to take part to the gala. The Alicorn prince, although, was desperately fighting the urge to bolt out and hide in the Everfree forest until the thing was over, but at least he managed to convince Luna to not force him to wear a dress but the scaled, bulky armor with both sun and moon crest on its chest area under the flamed cloak he usually wore when on duty as guard, although both that and the Konoha forehead protector he was wearing on his forehead had been shined to be blindingly sparkling. "I swear, any more of this and I'll go 6 tails on their flank." Maelstrom muttered in dismay. "We barely started, my dear. Have strength, we need to support to each other if we want to survive the night." Luna answered as both plastered their most convincing smile on their faces as a new guest neared them. "You just want to stop Celestia from whining about us abandoning the gala, leaving her alone at the guest's mercy." "That too. A thing I don't get though, how did you two convince Discord to play nice and not prank the whole gala?" he asked. "He is away at the moment and will return only late tonight." Luna answered. "Where did you send him?" "A book presentation," the Moon Alicorn said, smirking. Meanwhile, Konoha time flow, adjusted, by the princesses to finally be parallel with Equestria just for this reason, Old Leaf Bookstore. "Good evening, tonight we are all here together to have a group reading of my latest 2 books, Ika Ika, Yandere Goddess and Ika Ika, the Sexy Umbra Wizard. Thank you for coming," Ino said proudly at the huge gathering of fans in front of her that immediately started applauding at her in adoration. "Yay, I love you. You are the greatest," a rather strange man with mismatched clothes and a goat-like beard was heard saying, squealing while clapping harder than anyone else. Back in Equestria. "Princess Luna, your beauty knows no bounds and tonight especially you are dazzling," the Mare said with a mellifluous voice. "Thank you dear, you two are wonderful tonight." She is opera prima, Maelstrom, owner of one of the biggest art galleries of Manhattan. Luna answered, introducing the woman. "My pleasure to make your acquaintance," the prince answered, kissing the offered hoof. "Ho ho ho. Such a powerful pair of eyes, my dear, I almost felt overwhelmed for an instant. I bet my daughter could go crazy in trying to reproduce them on canvas for days." Opera said with a courteous laugh. "You have a daughter?" Maelstrom asked, with only his mother catching the sarcasm hidden in his words. "But of course, my dear Opera Magna, she is a genius of an artist if I can say so myself," the old mare answered, pointing with obvious pride to a brown-maned young mare with a paintbrush cutie mark that immediately trotted closer to them. "Don't look at me like that. It doesn't mean that every pony here will try to have you fall in love with their daughter," Luna muttered in answer to the glare of her son. "Princess Luna, how nice to finally be here. Do you know my daughter Pristine Mantle? She is just coming out of a tragic breakup with her cult friend, so I hope this little gala would help raise her spirit. I hope you won't mind if I took her here with me," a near stallion wearing an expensive monocle and top hat said, hurrying closer to the Moon Alicorn. "This means nothing," the Night Princess muttered, ashamed as Maelstrom's glare hardened. "I hope y'all won't mind a little distraction," a familiar voice said from the side of the room. "AJ, considering who would distract me, I am all for it," the prince said as he joined the farm mare at her booth with a relieved expression. "Who is she, Daddy?" one of the mares asked in petulant annoyance. "An old friend of my son, sweetie," Luna answered with a cold smile, in that moment deciding that an honest hard-working farm mare was more suitable to her son than the spoiled brat she was being introduced to by her sycophantic father, all things considered. With AJ and Maelstrom. "You look delicious, AJ. Nice dress," the prince said as he attacked the second slice of pie the mare sold him. "Yup, Rarity went nuts to dress all of us. Isn't it, ya know, too girly?" the mare answered, embarrassed. "Nah. You are one of those lucky ponies that can look good no matter what they wear, but where are the others?" he answered, chuckling. "The others? Let's see. I saw Pinky try to join the dances," AJ said, unsure. "I fear she won't find a lot of people ready to join her. People here are kind of stiff in that regard," Maelstrom answered, worried. "I tried to tell her, but she went all the same. Ya know how she is. She is just Pinkie Pie," he said, laughing. "Yep, for all we know she may manage to shake him a little," AJ added, laughing along. "God knows they need that. And the rest of the group. Twilight is with Princess Celestia. I think the princess desperately wanted to have Twee close. I can relate to that. I don't think I will remember half the names of who I have met here at the end of the day, and yet most of them think I will walk down the aisle with their daughters, or sisters in the case of the most daring." "They really?" the mare asked as she glared at the mares looking at her stallion with hungry eyes. "I am young, they think that I am another spoiled colt easily bought with a show of legs or flank. Honestly, I find it offensive," Maelstrom answered, shrugging. "And you prefer my flank to theirs?" AJ said, smirking. "Yes, I mean no, I mean, is that apple cider?" the prince answered immediately before blushing and trying to change subject. Hoo. A kiss for a pint," she answered, chuckling. I like those prices," he answered, smirking as he kissed her cheek before taking his drink. Hoi, hooves down," Dash said with a joking glare as she took the stallion's side. "I'm just a flirting, Dash, keep your feathers down," AJ answered, huffing. I know. Just kidding," the cyan Pegasus answered, laughing. "You others look stunning, by the way. Gorgeous," the blonde stallion said, circling her with a low whistle. "Oh, thank you. It's just the first little thing that came out of my dresser, ho. Dash answered with a theatrical haughty laugh. "Dash, Mael," a known voice said happily. "Soren, what you doin' here?" the prince answered, smirking and bumping hooves with the Wonderbolt. "Me and few others are the chosen squad to entertain the guests." "It's that apple pie," the Pegasus answered, excited. "Homemade and filled to the brim in deliciousness. Want some?" AJ answered proudly. "I'll take the whole thing. Me and Fleetfoot are starving, that high-class stuff fills you just like hot air would," Soren said. "There ya go," the farm mare answered, accepting her money and watching the whole pie in her hooves disappear in an instant as a Fleetfoot-shaped blur flew away with it. "Hi, Mael. Hi, Dash. Pie. Goodbye, Mael. Goodbye, Dash," the disembodied voice of Fleetfoot said rapidly in the half-second time it took him to arrive, grab the pie and then leave. "Yep, he is starving," Maelstrom said, grinning. "Hey, Dash, me and the others have our own VIP area, want to join us?" Soren asked. "Spitfire is there too?" the prince asked, curious. "Yep. That's nice to hear, but I'll have to decline," Dash answered. "What?" both males said with wide eyes. "Yeah, okay, Sugar Cube, do ya need to sit?" AJ asked, worried. "Hoi, I am a great fan of the Wonderbolts and even the rocks know that, but I have other things to do," the cyan Pegasus answered, nonplussed. "Which is?" Maelstrom asked. "Dance with the prince and make every pony watching jealous, of course," Dash answered, smirking. "Oh, now we come second. I have never felt so much shame in my life. Even Rainbow Dash herself is snubbing us now," Soren said, chuckling. "Why don't you join Fleetfoot, oh great drama queen? I can see your friend devour that pie whole by himself from here," the prince answered, snorting. "Don't you dare, you greedy fool," Soren bellowed as he hurried away, leaving behind the laughing trio of friends. "You sure you don't want to spend some time with them?" Maelstrom asked. "They know me already, I'll be able to sneak in to impress them another time, but now I have a cult friend to dance with that is more important to me. Why do you think I went through all the pain of dressing up like this otherwise?" "For Spitfire, please," Dash answered, smirking. Do you know how to dance? He asked surprised. Nope, I don't even know where to start. Good, I feared I was the only one. The blonde alicorn said relieved. Want to come, AJ? Dash asked. Yup, it's not like I'm having a good time here, people here are ignoring ma booth. The mayor answered sighing. Until Madam Slim Figure won't say that eating is once again cool, I don't think that those snob will ever eat something more than non-caloric shakes. Maelstrom answered shaking his head. They think starving is cool now. Apparently. Ya know what? Whatever. I can take 5 minutes of pause. I'm missing the gala, I'm cold and ma hooves are killing me. I need to move. AJ answered huffing before putting a, be back in 5 minutes sign on her booth. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the prince said creating 2 clones of himself. One to guard the thing, and one to dance with the lady, me and him will also switch between you two, to be fair to both. He said smirking. Shall we go? The shadow clone asked with a low bow. Yup, show the way, Sugarcube. The farm mare answered with a wide smile. The dance floor was luckily large enough to permit even to amateurs like the 3 of them to try and move with the rhythm. It wasn't the grace of a professional dancer or anything, but to them it was clearly more than enough. Same going for the various gold diggers present that saw the prince focus only on those 2 commoners, instead of them. The notion of them being 2 of the element bearers went conveniently forgot in their ranting. I can see Twilight from here, she seems bored. Dash muttered as she leaned closer to him. She is not the only one, me and Mother Luna are hanging to straws to not bolt out. She has spent 1,000 years on the moon and so she forgot how dull those events can be. I am just too used to more hectic things, instead to fully enjoy this. But you others being here actually helps. He answered trying a cascade and making Dash, head lean down almost touching the floor. Smooth, she answered snorting. Aunt tried to give us lessons, but me and Luna are completely hopeless when it comes to dancing. This is the max I can do in terms of dancing skills. Aw still like this, don't ya worry. AJ answered as she and Dash switched partner making the original prince now dance with her. I can't see Rarity anywhere. She said she wanted to see if she could gain some new customers for her shop by showing off her dress and ours. Dash answered. That shouldn't be hard, she is a genius in creating dresses. Maelstrom answered. I'm more surprised she is not flirting with every pony important enough. AJ said looking around. She doesn't need that anymore. Kurama said from the seal with a grimace as images of whips and handcuffs flashes through the minds of both Biju and Shinobi. I thought the omake was not influencing the plot. Maelstrom thought in horror. Change of plans, it's now part of the plot. I am dealing with this myself, suppressing memory in 3, 2, 1. PFFFT. Scarring memory completely suppressed, the fox said relieved. Ah, the prince sighed happily. Do I want to know? Dash asked with a raised eyebrow. Trust me, you don't. He answered. Said that the couples just focused on dancing, sometimes stopping to laugh at the way Pinky tried to liven up the party to her tastes with a small degree of success as 1 or 2 ponies did join her in her more hectic style of partying. It was only an hour later that something managed to put a dent in the feeling of the night, and it was the farm mare to notice the disturbance. Why is Rarity crying? AJ said shocked. What? Both Dash and Maelstrom yelled with wide eyes before looking in the same direction the farm mare was pointing. That's Blue Blood, in theory he is my cousin, whatever happened I can see it from here that he is being a bastard. The prince said sneering. Let's go. Dash said making the 3 reach for their sobbing friend. Go call mother, just in case he manages to piss me off. The blonde alicorn ordered. Yes, boss. The clone answered immediately. What is happening here? Dash asked as she moved between Blue Blood and the fashionista just in time to cover the unicorn as she was about to lose control and cry for real instead of holding back her tears. What are you doing, Blue Blood? Maelstrom asked with narrowed eyes. Nothing you should concern yourself with, cousin. The stallion replied putting as much sarcasm as possible in the kusin making the 3 ponies with him laugh uproariously. I'll take her outside to take a breath. AJ offered while launching a smoldering glare at the stallion before accompanying Rarity away. Forgive me if I ask. But what did she do to have you treat her so badly to reduce her like that? The shinobi alicorn asked with narrowed eyes. She simply tried to mingle with people way above her level, I just gently remembered our differences. Blue blood answered, shrugging uncaring. Gently. I saw earthquakes leave behind less damages compared to what your words did. Please. I don't pretend you to understand those finesses. The unicorn answered, scoffing. Because of course I spend too much time with the wrong sort of ponies, of course. Maelstrom answered bitterly. See. You understand then, you are way smarter than what I thought. At least those losers have not ruined you completely yet. Blue blood answered, making his cohorts laugh again. Of the group only Dash caught the warning sign of the blonde alicorn's temper rising at Bublood offending him and more importantly his friends in a single move as his whiskers had got thicker together with the deep breath he took to calm himself. Let me guess, that ship outside is yours? Maelstrom asked almost too casually. Do you like my new personal cruiser, the Blue Blood? It had cost only few tens of thousands pieces, but it was worth every cent. The stallion answered in pride. Tens of thousands. Do you know how much I can do with those money? Dash muttered, shocked. Surely make sure you appear like a girl instead of a wreck, Missy, or you are a boy. Sorry, I can't tell. One of the ponies said, smirking, producing a new round of laughs. The rainbow-maned mare bristled angrily at that, but she couldn't help but almost physically hearing the distinctive sound of something snapping coming from inside Maelstrom's head. Can I? The prince muttered. Be my guest, if it isn't something lethal, I am all for it. Dash answered, nodding. And tell me, Blue Blood, the crew? Maelstrom asked. Away at the moment, if they linger about they may risk ruining the parquet or try to sit on one of my sofas. The other answered, huffing. So no pony is on board. Exactly. Good. I heard that certain kind of personal cruisers tend to catch fire by themselves. It would have been a pity to have victims. That must be the most stupid rumor I have ever heard, cousin. Blubblood said, snorting. You sure? Because your ship is burning. Where? Exactly there. Kaiten. Gukaku no Jutsu. Fire element. Great fireball technique. Maelstrom answered, flaring his horn to open a window and then spit out of his mouth a colossal sphere of fire that tore the solitary ship in two before rapidly burning it to ashes. Ah! The unicorn yelled in horror. Too much. No. If the guy here is so rich to throw away money just to show off, then he can easily buy a new one, but the chance to see a meanie like him whine because you broke his new toy will be priceless. Dash answered after a short pause of thought. My cruiser. My wonderful cruiser with personalized initials on sofas and the toilet seat, my mahogany parquet. My Chippendale library. My toilet paper made of pure 100% saddle Arabian silk hoof chosen by pure-hearted virgins and blind monks. Blue blood shrieked as guards hurried to put off the fire. I am so very sorry, cousin. I get destructive when I sneeze. Maelstrom answered with a mocking tone similar to the one the other had been using before. You barbarian. Growing up in that garbage-filled hole of humans has rotten your brain. But instead of returning here and act in a proper way, you waste your life with losers. With commoners. And that's the result. Blue blood said with rage-filled eyes. Pay attention to what you say about my human friends in the elemental countries. I fought with them and saw even too many of them dying to let the first passing by insult them. The alicorn hissed lowly. By now everyone else had stopped doing anything just to listen. Big deal. Some vermin less to pollute the air. Let those savages destroy each other, they are all useless, hairless apes after all. Blue blood answered. What did you say? The shinobi asked with a distant voice. Now let's calm down before Sumponi says something they don't believe. Luna tried saying with a worried expression. You heard me. You are a mistake. You shouldn't have returned, you shouldn't even be here now, this is not your place and never will be. You are not one of us, you are just a malformed creature that should have been left rotting with the other useless, dirty, stupid humans. And if some of them even befriended you, then those one especially are the worst of their kind. Blue blood answered, almost foaming at the mouth. Oh, God. Celestia muttered in horror at seeing the blonde alicorn's eyes dull considerably in color. Wham! Maelstrom's answer been instantaneous as he, gently, stomped down with his front right hoof, creating a dull echo and a furious tremble that silenced everyone and everything in there as deep cracks covered the whole floor, the walls and the ceiling, and had the windows rattle furiously enough to have cracks appear on their glass as well. When the surprising earthquake stopped, every eye moved towards the source of the shock, and immediately after those same eyes grew huge and filled with fear at their first taste of true killing intent of their lives. It awoke everybody's deeply buried, evolution-driven fear, all caused by the huge predator in the room that was actually in the mood for dismembering and devouring the unfortunate prey that had the misfortune to drag said predator's full attention and ire on themselves. Because deep inside Prince Maelstrom's eyes, now red as blood and with slitted pupils, no such a thing as mercy, compassion or patience could be seen, but just anger of the purest and most primal kind, all directed towards his cousin. And if the ponies present were feeling rooted in place just by observing from afar, few of the presents were wondering how it felt to be the sole target of all that fury. "Now listen well, you filth," the blonde stallion muttered with a growl heard by everyone, showing how his mouth was now filled with the same sharp fangs normally found on beings like dragons, Ursas or timberwolves. Blue Blood tried saying before a new roar eclipsed his words. "Silence," Maelstrom bellowed in a tone bordering on the monstrous and making the whole castle tremble once more. "You insufferable, miserable bastard. Have you any idea of how many died in that garbage-filled hole of humans you said was the place that I have been sent to? Do you know how many lives I saw getting extinguished thanks to over-glorified assholes like you that thought they could do with the others as they please? Do you know?" he yelled. "No," Blue Blood muttered while shaking his head wildly and backing away. "Then don't you dare insult the one I grew up with, don't you dare talk badly of the people precious to me that I have left behind to come here. Do not disrespect the sacrifices me and the others had to endure to bring peace in the elemental countries. We bleed, cried, cursed, screamed in anguish at seeing everything we hold dear getting destroyed, and we were proud when we managed to salvage just few scraps. Until you come down from the pedestal you have put yourself onto, don't talk to me ever again, do not look at me until you will have understood how much shit you have just spat in order to appear like a fucking godsend." Maelstrom growled with a snarl. Oh, okay, see cousin, okay," the other prince said, nodding rapidly. "Good. Learn some manners while you are there wasting time in parties and cruises like a spoiled shit. It will help you to not have a list of enemies long enough to circle the planet 5 times over. No one likes a self-centered idiot. Try to have some real friends, for once. Because I know that deep inside you can be a decent pony and I would like to really know you. Okay. Oh, and a last thing, should you have the balls to insult my human friends, my pony friends, Konoha, Ponyville or the elemental countries as a whole like that again, or even just try to seek revenge on me directly or through the others because I dared insult you, well," the prince then said before leaning closer to Blue Blood to whisper in his ear. Now the scared audience could not hear what the blonde stallion was saying, but they all could see the reaction Blue Blood had, especially since in the complete silence of the wide room the faint dripping sound of the stallion peeing himself could be heard clearly along his heavy swallowing. "Now go, before I do something I will regret," Maelstrom said before walking towards the gardens and leaving the pasty white Blue Blood move with shaking steps in a corner of the ballroom where he collapsed down to sit on the floor, sweating heavily and with wide unblinking eyes. "Play that music, it's all okay now," Luna said calmly before joining her son outside, making the orchestra return with some difficulty to their music. Outside, gardens. "You okay?" Dash asked as she sat near her cult friend. "Sigh. I ruined your night, he answered looking in a faraway point in the sky. "No. If ever, it was that idiot to ruin your and Rarity's night, mine got bad just because a self-centered fool angered my stallion. I was having a good time before that happened," she answered leaning her head on his shoulder and moving her wing on his back. "Hoi, is there place for another girl? I want to console ma stallion as well," AJ asked as she sat at Maelstrom's other side. "Always for you," he answered shaking his head. "Don't let that mean bag o' hot air ruin tonight. He just said a bunch of stupid things he probably doesn't even think himself." The farm mare answered bumping his shoulder. "At least you defended me, sure it was not a very refined way, but I still got my honor avenged by seeing the prick lose ball control. It's still something. That brought some light in a rather dull, bad night, those ponies wouldn't recognize good taste even if it falls on their heads. It was a waste of time coming here in the end. Rarity added as she and Spike joined the trio. Feeling better? Maelstrom asked. Once she adjusted her ruined makeup, yes. Spike answered, snorting. A lady should always appear at her best. The fashionista answered, huffing. Then you were wasting your talent, Rarity Bell. Those ponies are not worthy of it. Luna answered as she sat close to them with a sigh. Sorry for my outburst, mother. I'll learn to rein my temper. The blonde alicorn answered. Just remember that we others know the real you and are actually grateful of your human friends for fighting by your side. And honestly, after all he said about your friends here and in Konoha, I am more surprised about him getting away just with a threat. I personally was about to throttle the fool for what he said about you now and before when he thought I couldn't hear him. You just had beat me on giving him a proper answer. The moon alicorn answered, smiling. Is he jealous? Dash asked. Pretty much. Maelstrom here as my son is the first in line to inherit the throne of night while Blueblood is way lower than him. And I guess his mother never saw the usefulness of spanking him when he was younger. Being noble is not just holding a title, but holding oneself in a manner befitting high-class society. Don't concern yourself with what those people may say today. By this time tomorrow almost every pony will just remember this as a quarrel of two cousins. I hope you are right, the prince said with a new sigh of dismay. It will happen. Unless some kind of disaster of unimaginable proportions strikes the gala in the next 10 seconds in such a big and outstanding way to totally eclipse what happened between you two so that no pony will even remember it in the first place. Luna answered. As if that will happen. You are going to love me. In that moment Fluttershy's madness-filled voice resounded everywhere. ... How much time has passed? Maelstrom asked with wide eyes as every animal of the gardens could be seen enter the main room of the gala in a frenzy of horror chased by a crazy-looking Pegasus hot on their heels. I said that you will love me and you will. Whatever you like it or Newt. The normally shy girl bellowed as she followed the animals inside. Enough. This party is boring. A party can't be boring. Pinky's mad growl echoed as the first barrage of her infamous party cannon, shooting a dozen shots per second, gave start to the scared screams of every guest inside. 8.3 seconds. Luna answered weakly after checking the time. Shall we run away in shame like cowards? Dash asked. I don't know, what do you think Twilight would say in this case? AJ asked back. Run away in shame like cowards. Twilight yelled as she ran past the group while dragging Pinky and Fluttershy behind her through magic. Now, girls, I don't think that it will be. Maelstrom tried saying before turning away from watching the horde of escaping guests to see the element bearers already turning into tiny dots in the horizon. Necessary, wow, nice sprint that. He muttered in awe. A long escape later, Joe's donut shop. Sitting around the lone table at the corner of the donut shop, the element bearers were attacking the fifth mountain of food, bemoaning the night as the worst one of their lives. It could have been worse, at least I didn't make a fool of myself, Dash said happily as she kept eating. You had your prince distracting you at least. I just wanted to mingle with some high-class ponies and got treated like dirt in answer. And they called themselves nobles. Faye, I saw goldfishes with better manners. Rarity answered as she forgot her diet for a day just to dive in herself. All that hoof shaking, Twilight muttered in horror. Meh. If only I could save ma stuff at the booth. I hate wasting good food, but we had to escape and forgot to take everything with me. AJ grumbled. But it was still funny watching every pony run away screaming. Pinky muttered. PFF'd ha 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 ha. As one, the group of friends simply melted into laughter at the memory of their comically bad night, happy that at least they had been there together. Do you think the princesses will be mad at us? Fluttershy asked. I hope not, but they won't be happy either. Twilight answered, sighing. I am happy instead. Thanks to you the thing finished a lot sooner. I just love you, girls. Maelstrom said, ecstatic as he, Luna and Celestia entered the shop. What? The mares yelled in surprise. The gala is always so darned awful. I was actually hoping that you and the others would have bought some fun in this one, that's why I have sent those tickets to you. Celestia said with a gentle smile on her face. You should have told us about your master plan, though, sister. At least Normie or my son would not have been so utterly bored. Luna answered, shaking her head. I thought that you still liked them as they were. The sun alicorn answered, shrugging. What about Blue Blood? Dash asked. Sumponi had just thrown her own earful at him before we tracked you down. I am pretty sure he learned his lesson and he should soon write you a formal, heartfelt letter of excuses, Rarity. The prince answered. And about you? The fashionista asked. He said that until I promise to stay as far away from him as possible he won't bother me. He added that he was sorry for what he said while blinded by anger and that he never really believed in half of what he told me. He answered. You understood his stuttering. I couldn't get a word right. Celestia said, surprised. I had a lot of practice with Hinata. Nervous stuttering is always the same either if coming from fear or repressed attraction. Maelstrom answered. Very well, since we are done, do you mind if we join? The buffet may have been stylish, but we are still starving thanks to the guests never leaving us alone for a minute to eat something. Luna said, eyeing the mountain of donuts every once in a while. We would be honored, Your Highness. Twilight answered, smiling as the others made room for the 3 alicorns. Thank you, but it's getting late, so to excuse me for using you, to liven the gala, I offer the guest rooms in the palace for the night. Are you okay with this? Celestia said, trying to ignore the kind of undignified way in which Luna and Maelstrom kept wolfing down donuts at her sides. Really? We can sleep in the castle? Rarity asked in wonder. If you want. Maelstrom answered. In separate rooms. Luna added with narrowed eyes. Luna. Celestia said, sighing in defeat. Later that night, Maelstrom's room. As the prince was preparing himself to go to sleep he heard a faint knocking at his door. Upon opening he could see a very red-faced Dash rapidly bolt inside to sit on his bed. What's happening? He asked, worried. I had been thinking. The mayor answered while looking down. Yes. Tonight it had been magical, incident with Blue Blood aside. I liked to dance with you and being the only thing you focused on. She said, uncertain. It was not hard, you were easy enough on the eyes. The alicorn answered while sitting near her. So you were with me just for my good looks? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. Of course, he replied cheekily. Oh, well, at least I know I am not the only one then. The Pegasus answered, making both laugh. Seriously, are you okay? Maelstrom asked as soon as the two calmed down. I wanted to close the night the good way. Dash said. The good way. I think I am ready. She answered as her face returned, being furiously flustered. Dash. Are you sure? You have nothing to demonstrate. The stallion said, shocked. I am not doing this because I have something to demonstrate. But I want to cement the fact that we are together, that I am yours, and that you are mine. The mare answered with her voice losing gradually volume until it was just a whisper. I will always be yours. He answered, kissing her cheek. Then prove it to me, please. She answered. Sigh. Give me 10 minutes. Maelstrom answered with a nervous sigh. Why? This will be our first time. I may be dense in romantic things, but even I know that for a girl this is important. Let me organize something more romantic, please. He answered. Oh, thank you. I'll take a shower in my room in the meantime. Dash replied with a small smile while kissing his cheek. I'll be back soon. He answered, bolting out, intended to find Rarity and ask for suggestions. He just hoped Luna won't hear about this. Canterlot, Royal Castle, Celestia's room. The moon and sun alicorn had teleported inside the wide room as soon as the door they were, casually, eavesdropping from was being opened by the running stallion after following Dash to see where she had been going. Are you sure you are okay with this? Celestia asked, worried. Sigh. I can't pretend to always control every aspect of his life. Facing myself in those blasted falls of truth showed me how bad I can become if I don't calm down. Even if it pains me to think that he is becoming a stallion. I can try and console myself with the idea that he won't abandon me altogether. Luna answered with a suffered sigh and gladly accepting her sister's hug. He is doing it with the girl he loves. They are both sharing something really precious, and by the looks of it, it will just be the first step towards their future relationship. Celestia said gently. So she will be my future daughter-in-law. The moon alicorn said, flinching. Probably. But it is still a very important moment for both all the same. Do you really want to stop them? To ruin it? Sigh, no, I would have hated had some pony interrupted me and stormed the first time we did it. It was such a romantic moment. I gave my first time to the man I loved and he did make sure I would remember it as my sweetest memory. Luna answered with a fond smile. See, for your son this is the exact same. The first time a couple mates is always the most romantic and more often than not it cements the couple as a strong one. Both of them are not just giving into lust, but just sealing the deal. I know. Being the overprotective mother is funny and all, but even I have to step back sometime. Luna answered as she walked outside. Where are you going? Celestia asked. I am going to give my touch to his room to make it romantic enough. Do you remember where we put that dozen scented candles we took for my midnight bath? The moon alicorn asked. Hoo. Wait, I will help you, otherwise you'll exaggerate like always. The sun princess answered with a soft laugh. Later that night, may contained suggestive images. It was happening. Dash could hear her heart thumping deafeningly in her ears as her lover kept kissing her all over her body before diving hungrily in her most sacred place with gentle licks and deep suckling. Mile. She whimpered as warmth kept amassing in her chest. Yes. It's so intense. She gasped out. Good. Enjoy it, my dear. He answered before returning to his job. She never before noticed how actually bigger he was than her. Longer legs, bigger body, bigger wingspan. What if he will be unsatisfied with her? What if he saw that she was not good enough? He said that it was the first time for him as well, but what if it was his first time as a pony only? Maybe as a human he already did it and knows what to expect, and if she fails? Will he leave her? Stop putting yourself down. I won't leave you, the prince muttered as he moved to cover her neck in kisses. How? I can recognize the signs of Rainbow Dash having self-doubts now, and I am determined to show you once and for all who is my most beloved mare. He answered kissing her. Really, Dashy. Ready. Be gentle, she muttered while looking at his thing as it poked her. It will go inside. Will it fit? Will it hurt? She thought before he started moving forward. Aha, she gasped at feeling her body part to let him inside. It's going to hurt a little, hold me and then tell me I can move again. He whispered before waiting for her nod. Remember to control yourself at the beginning or the pain won't recede. Kurama suggested. AGK. The rainbow-maned mare yelped as she felt him go all the way, tears streaming down her face as something inside her got pierced, making her whole body burn as if a piece of her soul had just been shredded. I am here. I love you, the prince muttered, kissing away her tears. I love you too, she said with an happy smile. Ready? Yes, Dash answered, gasping as soon as he started going in and out. Aha, faster, the girl said as she felt heat bubbling in her lover regions as soon as pleasure took the place of the pain. Oh, God, why you are so warm, and tight. Maelstrom grunted as he could feel her body gripping tightly around his shaft, making it almost painful to take out. More, Dash bellowed as she threw back her head to moan aloud. This is so different. I am going too. I can't stop, he whimpered as gained even more speed in his thrusting as he desperately needed release. Do it. I am close. Something big is coming. The mare answered as she flipped on her stomach and moaning louder as the new position had her lover hit her insides with a new angle. Ddaash. Maelstrom growled as he felt like his whole being went shot out of his body inside her. So warm, she muttered weakly as both collapsed on the bed with her moving to nuzzle his chest with a tired smile on her face. I love you, she muttered. I love you too, he answered, kissing her forehead. Are you still hard? She muttered in wonder. Sorry, I hate my stamina sometimes. Maelstrom answered, blushing. Hoo. It's okay. Let me catch my breath and then we will continue, okay? Why you sure? He said, gulping. I need to excel, so I'll do what your friends wrote in her books, and pump you dry. Dash answered with an husky tone. Dash, a very horny Maelstrom could only gasp out, pouncing on her. Eep, the girl squealed as the now out of control alicorn moved to systematically drive her insane through pleasure. Maybe citing those books was not such a good idea. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The stallion yelled. Change of plans, it has been an awesome idea. Best. Night. Ever. Squeal could be heard for kilometers that night, surprising everyone that could hear. Sorry for the poor adult scene, but I wanted it to be more on the romantic side, to reflect the fact that it was Dash and Maelstrom's first time. The others will be more on the lemon side, promise. Meanwhile, down here there is an omake written like that to appease the more dirty-minded of UXD. Thank you for reading me. Trivia. The title of the two Ika Ika books are titles of two fanfictions. The two authors are Tremor 230 for Sexy Umbra Wizard, and User 627 for Yandere Goddess. I love your stories, guys. Omake. Adult content. A girl's first time should always be romantic normally, but apparently Dash and Maelstrom are not normal. Canterlot. Royal Castle, Celestia's room. Are you sure you are okay with this? The son Alicorn asked, worried. I can't pretend to always control every aspect of his life. Facing myself in those blasted falls of truth showed me how bad I can become if I don't calm down. Even if it pains me to think that he is becoming a stallion. I can try and console myself with the idea that he won't abandon me altogether. Luna answered with a suffered sigh and gladly accepting her sister's hug. He is doing it with the girl he loves. They are both sharing something really precious, and by the looks of it, it will just be the first step towards their future relationship. Celestia said gently. So she will be my future daughter-in-law. The moon Alicorn said, flinching. Probably. But it is still a very important moment for both all the same. Do you really want to stop them? To ruin it? Sigh. No, I would have hated had Sumponi interrupted me and Storm the first time we did it. It was such a romantic moment. I gave my first time to the man I loved and he did make sure I would remember it as my sweetest memory. Luna answered with a fond smile. See, for your son this is the exact same. The first time a couple mates is always the most romantic, and Celestia's answer went soon eclipsed by a long, shrieking scream of pleasure that rocketed the castle and woke up pretty much everyone. On. Dash, voice echoed everywhere in all its ecstasy-filled glory. What? The son Alicorn yelled in embarrassment. PFF'd. All his father's son, romantic the first 3 seconds, then he becomes a sex-starved beast. Ah, so many wonderful memories, Luna said, snorting before melting into a long sigh as she shook her head at the past memories. Sex-starved beast. Celestia shrieked with wide eyes. Why do you think he was called Storm, sister? For his talent with wind? Nope. Because he used to take mares by storm and turn them into puddles of goo during mating. It took an alicorn for him to meet his match. And yet, even after our wedding I had to keep beating other mares away with a stick to keep all the goodies to myself. Luna answered proudly as the screams of pleasure kept filling the whole castle. Guh. The son Alicorn answered with a strangled gurgle of horror. I wonder if he too will have the same fixation for sticking it in the flank like his father used to. I hope not, since physically speaking an alicorn is kind of bigger than a normal stallion by default, and yet his father could match those measurements all the same in that department. But if Maelstrom got that gift, too, from Storm, well, then I hope Miss Dash won't have anything to do tomorrow, or at least that they have a bottle of baby oil at ready. Luna muttered to herself. Gah, Celestia answered with a very green face. The answer of Dash, though. Oh Celestia. Yes, Mael more. I can feel you fill me up with your thick censored. She could be heard screaming at the top of her lungs as the faint thumping noise of a bed slamming against a wall increased even more. Oh, God. The son Alicorn groaned in dismay. How far is his room? For us to hear the bed slamming against the wall. Luna asked, curious. Luna, stop analyzing this horrible thing. Celestia yelled in disbelief. Well, who knew my little rainbow had such a dirty mouth? Well, use it more then, Dash. Tell me how much you enjoy having your tight little snatch, censored. By your beloved master. The princesses heard the prince answer in a deep masculine voice that had both shiver. Darn, totally his father's son. The moon Alicorn muttered, impressed. Yes, master. I love it. Please don't stop pumping in me. Censored. Me any way you want. This body is yours. I want to feel you flood my insides. Celestia instead, she simply could not comprehend how her beloved nephew could ever say those things while the thumping if possible grew tenfold in both speed and ferocity, making her regret her snooping around the falls of truth and discover her supposed true self indulging in crazy, dirty lust-driven mating with the golden form of her nephew with her double howling and moaning in apparent bliss at each thrusting of his. But she had to wonder what the other element's bearers were going through since their rooms were very close to Maelstrom's one. With AJ. Wow, that's some bucking going in there. The farm mare muttered in awe as her ear was glued to the wall. Twilight's room. I don't get it, the purple unicorn said while rereading her book and at the same time listening into her friend's activities. On the book cover stood just the title on white background. Dummies, Guide to Kegel Exercises and More. Reach a 3 hours long orgasm in 10 easy steps. Fluttershy's room. I won't pleasure myself while listening to Dash. I won't pleasure myself while listening to Dash. I won't pleasure myself while listening to Dash. The mare kept repeating like a mantra as she buried her head under her pillow while begging her own wings to stop stiffening at each screaming orgasm of her friend. With Pinky, right outside Maelstrom's door. Gyrating, bouncing. Okay, seems easy. Then, oh, he likes to bite on the mane to pull the girl's head back and go deeper. Got to remember to use a good tasting shampoo then, the pink mare said while taking notes and spying from the keyhole the activities inside. Rarity's room. Guess who will be the one screaming between us instead? The unicorn asked, snapping her whip. Oh, please no, mistress. Spike begged from the corner of the room. Don't worry, I silenced the room. No pony will hear your screams other than me. Rarity answered with a wicked smile. Please let me go, the dragon pleaded again. No, I am aroused and you will help your mistress in dealing with it. I know you enjoy it yourself, you disgusting pervert. She answered, stealing a glance at his crotch with a fanged grin. I want to stay in character and seem forced, but the flesh is weak. Spike admitted, ashamed as his mistress loomed closer, covering him in her shadow. Back with the princesses. Oh sweet harmony, why they are not finished. Celestia said, groaning. With his stamina. Not likely, sister. Now silence. I want to hear my son once and for all establish his status as the studliest of the studly studs. And show why no pony will ever be worthy of him. Luna answered, hushing her. Okay, the son alicorn said, looking at the other with a worried look in her eyes. Well, Dash, if you are such a naughty mare, I will use every inch of your tight body till I'm watching my seed pour out of every hole you have. The prince answered, making every girl in hearing distance, element bearer, guard and princess alike, snap their wings up stiff instantly at hearing something like that coming from an usually goody two-hooves like Maelstrom. Damn, that's dirty, a random guard muttered to her companion in the rounds, neither of the two surprised by their instinctive leaning closer to listen better. Wait, why are you pulling it out? Where are you go? Dash had in that moment left out a muffled scream as apparently she was burying her face in her pillow to not be heard by everyone in Canterlot. Why, dear Dashie, I told you I would have took every part of your body and I meant it. God, you are so tight. But you will loosen up once done tenderizing your insides with my hot thick censored. Until I bursts. Tell me how it feels, Dash. Scream it with that beautiful lust-filled voice of yours. Let the world know how it feels. What are you doing, Mr. Prince? AJ muttered, confused, unable to imagine what strange thing they were doing to warrant those words. But it did sound hot all the same. B but G on. Every pony might H here. Dash answered with several moans breaking her words in fragments. Well, duh, we have communicating rooms. Of course I can hear you. Twilight couldn't help but roll her eyes at that statement. What's the problem? Let every pony hear it then. Let your best friends hear you moaning and screaming as you are being mated savagely. Let them know the naughty mare you are in reality. Scream how much you are turned on by thinking they might hear you orgasm over and over again while you have the thick shaft of your stallion inside of you. Maelstrom answered as the thumping was now slower in rhythm but even fiercer in power. You know, his father used to say the same thing every time we went at it, right before he slammed his thing inside my. I don't care, Luna. Celestia yelled in answer, interrupting her sister, It was then that Dash simply admitted defeat and started screaming for real. Oh Celestia, yes. I want them to hear. Oh girls, it feels so good to have my Maelstrom F*** me like a slutty mare. His C*** is so thick and hot it feels like it is splitting me in two. On. R right now he has me on all fours with my flank up in the air as he is ooh. F***ing it. He is F***ing me up my tight once virgin flank and I love it. I can feel him stretch my tight flank to fit his hard D*** and I want more. I want him to flood my dirty little flank with his C** till it is pouring out on the bed. T Twilight. AJ. Pinky. I'm C***ing. He is going to C** in my flank. Why yes. Holy hell. The now wide-eyed Rarity couldn't believe what her best friend was doing on the other side of the wall. Don't you even dare to think about it. I won't permit my sister to get off while listening to my son mating. Luna hissed furious. W, what are you saying? W would never do such a thing. Celestia said scandalized. In answer the moon alicorn simply glared at her harder as the sun princess kept rubbing her back legs together, too much for Luna's own tastes. That was great Dash. Ready to go again. The prince was heard asking, panting. What, already? Fluttershy muttered in awe. Aha, sigh. Why yeah, but use my P** this time since my flank is a little sore now. Dash said while clearly still in a lust-filled haze. Sure Dash, but I have something else for there that I picked up after work thanks to a friend in the Griffin territory. What are you two planning? Twilight muttered with narrowed eyes. Bees. A very recognizable buzzing was then heard, soon followed by Dash, surprised gasp. Oh, you have to be kidding me. How did he manage to find one of those? Celestia said with her mouth falling wide open when she recognized the device in question. Ooh, I heard about those. It's one of those vibrating. Yes, Luna, it's one of those. Celestia answered with a very red face. Yes SS. The rainbow-maned mare howled happily as both stallion and toy filled her at the same time. Come on, we are never going to get to sleep if they keep this up, was all Discord could say, groaning while burying his head under his pillow. Why he had to be the last Draconiquus around. It wasn't fair. His magazines and ICA could help only so much, damn it. The next day no one had the courage to look at either Maelstrom or Dash without sputtering or turning deep red in embarrassment. The only calm one was surprisingly Luna, as she just smiled and enjoyed her own breakfast. You are taking this well, sister. Celestia said, surprised. Just because this is a mere continuation of the dream I had last night, I am sure once I wake up the grand galloping gala will still have to happen, and in reality there won't be mating afterwards. Luna answered with a wide kind of not there smile. Sorry, sister. Celestia said sadly as she stomped on Luna's hoof, making her shriek in pain. Ouch. That hurts. Wait, it hurts. This is not a dream. The moon alicorn asked with wide eyes. The word you are looking for is, Luna. The sun princess supplied with a worried tone. A mare just deflowered my innocent baby. The moon princess answered with a loud scream of horror. Now that you've finished making of this an huge deal, can we have breakfast? I am hungry. Maelstrom asked with a pitiful moan. Ya can have some of my apple juice, if ya catch me meaning. AJ said as she leaned close to him. Nope, choose me. I am sure I taste sweet. Pinky said as she took his other side to nuzzle him. I am here as well. Fluttershy said with her lowest voice yet. Darn it. Respect the line. I will be the first one to get boned. Twilight said, huffing. Nay, he will pork me first. AJ answered, roaring. You know what? Fuck it. I'll deal with this myself, but then I won't be stopped from eating my own body weight in muffins. Maelstrom roared in rage as his horn flared in energy. What are you eep? Dash yelled as an army of Maelstrom clones pounced on her and the others to drag them away. I'll be gang-banging those pests into silence if ya need me, Rarity. The prince said as he personally took Dash away. Okay. The fashionista answered weakly. Gang bang. Thud. Luna shrieked before collapsing in a dead faint. Luna. Celestia yelled startled. Easy to say, no one managed to have breakfast that day, for a reason or another. Ponyville. Skies, morning. Dash had just finished her turn in weather management around Cloudsdale and was rapidly returning towards Ponyville while humming to herself. Sure, it was strange, but she couldn't help it, she was just so happy. It was not just the simple satisfaction for a job well done or about the new improvement in her times as she flew around. The greatest part came from knowing that she finally had sealed the deal with her cult friend, that they had took the great step. He was finally hers, and hers only. A long, cheerful laugh escaped her as she moved through several loops at lightning speed before crash landing on a cloud to watch the small town under her being busy in the everyday back and forth of ponies. Her eyes half closed as she lazily left the wind carry the cloud and her on top of it slowly around. Kissing, cuddling, sharing breath. Now I see why old couples do this stuff all the time. I can feel him so close when we do that. She said, laughing again while she moved on her back to watch the sky. For 2 days, after what happened after the Grand Galloping Gala, she had kept the prince all for herself, squeezing out every single moment of free time both of them had so to spend it together, either flying or talking or cuddling or kissing or, well, repeating the performances of their first time together too from time to time, and with some added variations of the daring kind thrown into the mix whenever they felt like it. His cloning trick is so versatile, she muttered, shivering in delight. It was then that a strange stray thought momentarily flashes through her mind, making her stop reminiscing her past romantic moments with her cult friend and take a thoughtful expression. Why, I have the impression that I am forgetting something. I am sure that it's also something very important. But what the hay is all about? The Cyan Pegasus muttered, uncertain. There she is, she heard Twilight say with a vitriol-dripping tone from all the way down in the streets of Ponyville. Twee. Dash said, confused before yelping as she went not so gently, magically pulled down through the cloud until she was hovering upside down in front of the pissed members of the Element Bearers group. The two were interested in Maelstrom night. Oh, Dash muttered weakly in realization once started having some clue about what she forgot. We need to talk, Sugarcube. AJ hissed with narrowed eyes. Do we have to? The other answered with a strained chuckle. Yes, Dashy. Pinky said, huffing. Come along, we'll resolve this in a minute. Twilight added as she dragged the still immobilized Pegasus towards Rarity's boutique. I tried to stop them, but there was no way to talk them out of this. Spike said with an apologetic tone from Twilight's back. I am very disappointed in you, my dear. I never thought you would have been capable of this. Said Fashionista, said, sighing. It was very rude of you. Fluttershy added. Soon the group reached Carousel Boutique and silently moved to the back where a lone chair had been positioned in the middle of the room with a lamp already flashing its blinding cone of light on the empty seat. Can I at least know what I have done? Dash asked, confused as she was dropped on the lonely chair of the elegant shop as soon as the door went locked. 2 days, Dash. Twilight hissed as she and the others nailed the mare with a group glare that had her almost literally shrink in her seat. 2 days. You're hogging the goods. AJ roared as she went nose to nose with Dash, making her let out a strangled eep. In answer. What AJ is trying to say is that we had an accord. In exchange of our help in dealing with the law of refusal, we would have had our own chance of spending time with the prince. You broke our accord by simply sequestering him for 2 days straight, stopping every pony bar Princess Luna and Celestia from interacting or even seeing him. Twilight explained. I did. Dash asked, dumbfounded. Yes, you did. The farm mare of the group answered bitterly. But that law is no longer valid. I have no obligations about sharing my stallion. She answered, indignant. Sigh. That much is true, I'll give you that. Twilight admitted, sighing. Aha, so this meeting is useless. I win. The Cyan Pegasus said, ecstatic. Sensing her friend's mounting sadness along Dash, own inflating ego, Rarity decided to intervene herself and use a little bit of dirty tactics to return things to a better, in her opinion, status quo. So you are so loyal to your friends to be ready to forget your promise just for the sake of your selfish wish to not share him? The Fashionista asked with crossed hooves. The Pegasus groaned in surprise as she could almost taste the revolted reaction of the element of loyalty inside her at the apparent painful jab of the unicorn. That was a low blow. Dash muttered with a groan as the ache didn't stop. I am merely pointing out that so much unloyalty coming from you is very mean and that your friends are getting saddened because of it. You selfish little mare. Rarity said, nonplussed as the others behind her had by now caught up with the ruse and were now sporting huge tear-filled eyes and trembling lips while letting out exaggerated sniffles and sobs at random intervals. Arg! Reacting as if punched, the mare fell on the floor with a pain-filled gasp. Okay, fine. You others can spend some time with him. Just stop pulling on my element, that's hardly fair. Dash yelled as she finally caved to the pressure. Good. Luckily I have with me the timetable I casually made in my free time detailing when and for how long each one of us will spend time with Maelstrom. Twilight said with a victorious smile while showing a rolled-up piece of parchment, she and the others switching mood in an instant as soon as the mare admitted defeat. Casually, Rarity asked, biting back her laugh with difficulty. I am an organized mare, so what? The purple unicorn answered, huffing. There is being organized and then there is being obsessive, sugar cube. AJ said, snorting. I am not obsessive. The table about the color of his fur, twee. Spike muttered. Silence. She hissed back with a glare. Let's see this timetable then. Maybe we can have some idea about how to do this. Pinky said, shrugging. It's all here, perfectly clear and made in the perfect way to make every pony happy. The element of magic said with a proud expression as she unfolded the even too detailed scroll on a near table. See. All perfectly planned. Quote. Twee. AJ asked, uncertain. Yes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but do I have the shift going from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. or I'm reading it the wrong way? The mare asked with narrowed eyes. Me too. I only have the second Friday of each month and only if those coincide with a full moon. Pinky added, shocked. EHM. I don't think I can wake at 3 a.m. to have a date with him, and I don't think he can do that either. Fluttershy said, pointing at her own name on the timetable. And since we are here, I can't even find my name in this. Twee, are you trying something? Dash asked with crossed hooves. That's true. In comparison you seem to get all the better slices of time. Dinner and lunch as well as evenings, especially the ones near sunsets for romantic walks in the park or in the forest, also added under the suggestions. Note under your name, counting the obvious moments in which he and you others have free time to spend for yourselves. I think you had been fairly unfair in preparing this. Rarity said with a scolding tone. I am not answering to those baseless accusations. Twilight answered while pretending her face was not red in a mixture of shame and embarrassment. It's not baseless if there are written proofs. Rarity answered. What proofs? The unicorn asked as with a flare of her horn the parchment turned to ashes in an instant. That's cheating, Pinky muttered, making AJ nod in answer. You know what? I'll be the one to decide who goes first. Dash said with an annoyed huff. Shouldn't we also hear what he thinks about this? He is not an object we can share freely. Fluttershy answered. Yeah, you are right. Sigh. Okay, we will talk with him about this and try to find a solution together. I am sure he will be happy, what man wouldn't? Spike said, shrugging. A man that doesn't use his privates to think, like him and you, Spike. Where is Prince Maelstrom now, Dash? Rarity asked. In his old village, they had an issue they needed his help to resolve. Issue? Pinky asked. Something about their moon, I think. I wasn't listening and the duck-butt-haired human that came to take him away talked really fast while dragging Molly through the portal. Dash answered, uncertain. Oh, I hope it's nothing too difficult or dangerous. Twilight said in surprise. Ninja planet, moon. You are in horse. Why you are in horse? And why the fuck I am losing to a pastel-colored horse? Toneri screamed at the top of his lungs in disbelief. You can't understand why. Let's see where you started fucking things up so badly to have this happen then. You kidnapped a girl, brainwashed her so she could love you. That's bad because it removes her free will, and it's cheating because like that you don't have to go through the painful and humiliating courting stage. You also planned to destroy the world and had the gals to cut the moon in two just to show off your power. Really, you pretty much started kicking karma in the balls ever since you started your plan. It was a miracle I wasn't called sooner. Maelstrom answered with a deadpan tone. Courting is not painful nor humiliating, and had you others accepted my idea of turning me into a pony, this problem wouldn't have presented itself at all. Hinata muttered, pouting. For a man, courting is all that and more, girl. Now be quiet and stay put so we can finish this rapidly and go back home. My soap opera starts in 10 minutes and I won't lose the new episode because of this idiot. Sasuke said, huffing. And by the way, what a better way to humiliate the big bad than having him lose to a pretty alicorn. Sakura added, smirking. So I should fear him. Why? What can he possibly do to defeat me when you others couldn't even scratch me? Toneri asked, sneering. You have cut the moon in two and are now standing between its two halves. The alicorn prince answered. So what? My mother is a horse deity that controls moons. He said. Oh, the moon tribe, young man muttered as he started sweating profusely. And I am learning to do the same to take her place one day in the future. The prince added as his horn flared up in energy, covering the two halves in the same golden aura. Shit. Wham, 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 wham. The two halves immediately snapped back together with a dull sound that was still heard even in the void of space. After a short pause and just to be sure Toneri got the message, the two pieces separated and slammed back together other few times, still with Toneri in the middle. Ow. Back in Equestria, Everfree Forest, 1 hour later. You said you would have just borrowed a spark of my powers, not taken the whole thing. Discord yelled in rage from his position on the floor. Well, then I lied. Hey. Thanks to you, I am a step closer to fulfill my plans. Now I need to remove the elements and those 3 alicorns to finally bring the night eternal I so much wish for. And your chaotic powers will be a great help. Tyrk said, smirking evilly. As if. You just have my power. And you don't even know how to use it yet. The Draconiquus answered, snarling. You sure? Then look as I use your, well, my new power to attack you, precious friend the prince. I am sure he won't miss his magic. Too much. The monster answered as a portal opened behind him. Right between Maelstrom and Toneri. An instant after, the prince launched one of his many destructive attacks. Udama Razan's Hurricane. The alicorn's voice echoed from inside the terror in the fabric of reality as the humongous sphere of chakra exited the portal with its meters-wide blades of wind, catching the unguarded back of Tyrk and launching the magic thief high in the sky while screaming in absolute agony. Ah! He screamed in unmatched pain as he felt every single cell of his body disintegrate in an instant, and yet feeling as if the agony was prolonging into eternity until the world to him simply blinked into blackness. Krataka boom. With a deafening last explosion of light, Tyrk went completely erased, with only a handful of ashes falling slowly to the ground over the bewildered Discord that only barely noticed the return of his powers. Okay, I guess I'll go that way. Yes, that way seems good. Before someone comes here and thinks that I did that. Yes. The Draconiquus muttered to himself before closing the portal and rapidly fleeing the scene while thinking about a believable alibi for the horrible death of that guy. If no one is around, then nothing happened and nobody died, so he will do his best to forget everything happened. Ponyville, Apple Family Farm, later that day. AJ was waiting under one of the many trees with crossed hooves and narrowed eyes slightly hidden by her hat as she followed the long trail of golden light rapidly nearing her position, not moving a muscle as soon as the bullet of light landed few meters in front of her in the form of the prince. Here I am. The girls told me you were looking for me. The blonde alicorn muttered with a worried tone. At least ya seem to know that I'm not in a good mood. AJ answered bitterly. What happened? He asked, moving closer. You happened, she answered, snarling. Me. Ya are playing with ma feelings. And Don, like da. The mare growled in answer. P playing with, what? The prince stammered, shocked. If ya prefer then say so. I don't want to be a spare. She muttered in answer as she looked away, sobbing. I am not. The stallion tried saying, trying to move closer. Stay where you are. Don't touch me, AJ said angrily, giving him her back. Kurama hummed with narrowed eyes. I am sorry, AJ. he answered, moving rapidly to hug her before she could escape. Ya are. The mare whispered. Yes, I am. I never was good romantically speaking, and now I am in a position where I risk hurting the feelings of more than one girl. And I fear that I failed horribly in this. Maelstrom answered, sighing. I'm open to forgive ya, AJ said as she moved her head back to lean a bit more in his hug. Is she? No. That dirty. What do I have to do? I'll do everything you ask, the prince said immediately. Everything? She asked innocently. Yes. Then kiss me. Kiss me as ya would kiss Dash. Nay, kiss me with all yourself and more, AJ answered. Ooh, I was right. Nice acting for someone supposed to be the element of honesty, Kurama said, grinning wickedly. What? Maelstrom thought in confusion. Missy here played you. She had planned the part of the hurt girl to have you wrapped around her finger, well, her hoof, but you got the picture. The Bijou said, laughing. This is not nice, and calls for punishment, the alicorn answered, grinning himself. Punishment. Turnabout is fair game, and bad girls must be punished and disciplined, the prince explained with a smug grin. That pervert Sanin would be so proud to hear you talk like that. Just play along and then show her what a shinobi feels like to an untrained civilian, Kurama said with his laugh now reaching howling volumes. Real world, adult content warning. You are advised. Mael, AJ asked, worried at seeing the stallion bury his face in her mane and stay silent. Did I do too much? Granny told me what to say, but I should have not be so harsh, she thought, grimacing. I'll do it, he finally said before capturing her lips with his, making her mule in answer. The mare moaned as she felt him guide her under the tree before forcefully turn her around and shoving her against the bark of the plant. What are ya doin'? She panted out as soon as he let go of her. You tried to use my being a good guy against me, this is not nice coming from honesty, Maelstrom answered, grinning. What do ya mean? Aah was not lying, AJ answered with a red face. You were doing it again, I'll need to intervene before you get corrupted, he answered, licking his lips. I intervene? Bad mares must be punished, he whispered in her ear as he forced her to hug the tree through his magic. Punished. I am going to lick all the corruption out of ya, AJ. Are you ready? He asked with a dirty grin. Isn't it too soon? She asked. It would be, but I got in a deadly battle with a guy that tried to destroy my world and got scared to death by one of the girls I learned to love, saying that I acted like a jerk, even if I kind of ignored you for 2 days. That was a low blow, Maelstrom answered as he gently blew on the mare's backside, making her flinch. So now y'all lick me, there? AJ asked with an ashamed expression. No. Thank goodness. Your sexy toned flank instead, I wonder how it will taste, he then said, making her eyes go wide. Wait, that's dirty, the mare tried saying. I can smell soap, AJ. You got ready not too long ago, was that part of your plan too? He answered smugly. She just hung down her head and muttered something unintelligible. Busted, Kurama said, snorting. Repeat it, the alicorn ordered. Yeah, I was hoping for that, she admitted with an expression of pure shame on her face. Only the flank. Slap. A near twig moved by itself to firmly whip the back cheeks of the girl. Eep. Both. I planned for both, AJ admitted immediately. Good girl, being honest suits you. But I will still punish ya. Be gentle, she pleaded. With a tongue this long? Unlikely, he answered as he elongated his tongue to twice the length and girth. Good heavens, AJ gasped in shock. First, the back door, he muttered before his tongue snapped forward, spearing her depths. Phew, the mare howled as her head snapped up and her back arched almost to the breaking point. His tongue. It's goin' too deep, she thought as lewd slurping noises started echoing in the isolated clearing she had chosen for their meeting. Every time the prince stopped suckling, he gave a small bite to the inner side of her plucked hole before grabbing the inner rim with his lips to gently pull the skin back, enjoying the different squeals and groans the mare was letting out depending on what he was doing. TT, this Aya is so perverted. AJ howled with her tongue falling limp from her mouth while her eyes got clouded by the pleasure she felt. In answer, the alicorn simply covered her hole completely with his mouth before giving a sharp and strong suck that had AJ go cross-eyed, and together with her mouth drooling, making another part of her start leaking uncontrollably. He is licking everything all the way to decor. Aye, it's so shameful. SS so dirty. So goo. The mare's train of though derailed as with a loud splattering sound her lower half exploded in pleasure, drenching the grass under her. We have a squirmer here. What's wrong, AJ? You seem tired, have you given in already? Maelstrom asked with an innocent smile as he retreated his tongue. Ah. The farm mare panted weakly with only the alicorn's power keeping her up as her back legs were shaking violently. One is a wide gaping hole now, shall I tend to the other and clearly needy hole? The prince asked while giving a long and slow lick to the mare's maidenhood. Hot. AJ whimpered as she bucked her body back towards the stallion. I'll take that as a yes. Bon appetit, he said before gleefully covering the drenched lips with his mouth to explore the new depths with his long tongue. Aya, the mare shrieked as her now hypersensitive flesh went assaulted by the warm intruder that didn't waste a moment before mercilessly moving around tasting every small corner of her. She tastes like apples. Maelstrom thought in wonder as the surprising good taste made him ravenously hungry for more. To his surprise, AJ managed to lift her back legs and lock them behind his head, forcing his face to be buried in her butt and his tongue to go as deep as possible before her biggest orgasm yet caught her like a ton of bricks. Aha! The mare bellowed, letting out an ear-piercing cry of pleasure as she showered her lover's face with an explosion of juices before dropping her head to gurgle incoherently. What the hey is happening here? Big Mac screamed in horror as he joined the scene. Big Mac, I can't explain, the prince answered from between AJ's legs. AJ, let MHE go be wheeze. He asked gently. More. The mare answered like a broken record as she kept rubbing her womanhood on his face to keep the licking going. Health, the prince pleaded sheepishly. I'm gonna murder you. Thud, the farm stallion roared in answer right before a purple aura covered his head, making him drop down snoring. What the, something made him sleep. Kurama said, surprised. It wasn't me, but whoever helped, I am grateful. Now it will be better to disappear before he wakes up. Maelstrom though in answer as he finally disengaged the still rambling mare from his face to take her away with him. Come with me, we'll hide in the library. Twilight yelled from not too far away and signaling him to follow her. Thanks, Twee, he said elated as he followed her. Not far away Dash and a completely deep red Pinkie Pie were still hiding in the bushes where they have been spying the couple. So Twee was here too, Dash muttered sneering. Oh dear, Pinkie answered shocked. Watching has nothing on trying it. Trust me, the Cyan Pegasus answered shaking her head. Does it feel that good? It's mind-blowing, earth-shattering, very addicting. The other answered shivering at the memories. See, can I try? The mare asked. Only if I take part 2 to the thing, I am tired of watching. Okie dokie, the pink mare answered nodding. Ponyville, Twilight's domain, aka, library. A long escape through the last trafficked routes later, the trio have entered the local and moved in the back. Leave AJ there, we'll wait for her to wake up. Twilight said, pointing on a small bed she had for some reason prepared in a corner. Thank you for your help. Maelstrom answered as he gently moved the now sleeping mare on the thing. To reduce a poor girl like that, you have been a bad stallion. Twilight answered with a low, dangerous tone while looking at AJ. Twee, the prince asked worried. Discipline. The mare yelled as she magically shoved the Alicon back first against the wall before blocking his front legs above his head. Whoa, he could only gasp out in answer as the purple unicorn loomed above him. Take it out, you mongrel. Twilight growled. Take it out. That dirty thing, I want to see it. She ordered. Twee, please calm down. Maelstrom pleaded with a nervous smile. In a flash of her horn, 2 clones of her appeared at her sides, one immediately tying her mane in a tight bun before donning a pair of sexy librarian glasses and the other moving a fringe of her mane to cover one of her eyes after wearing a spiked choker to take a more punk look. Take, Twilight said. It, librarian clone added. Out, punk clone finished with a growl. Boing, never was erection that fast to show up before now. Bwahahaha, someone's excited, Kurama asked mockingly. I borrowed a couple of books from Discord. Guys should like these themes, right? The real Twilight asked as she momentarily deflated into an unsure tone. Quote. Yes, he answered looking away in shame. Good, we don't want this big guy to feel bad, right? She answered plopping the engorged head in her mouth. Or waste a single drop. That would be a shame, librarian said giving long licks to the rod. Those two seem tasty, buddy. I'll have one if ya don't mind. Punk added as she swallowed whole one of his nuts to tenderly caress it with her tongue and giving it random bouts of gentle sucking. The prince whimpered with his eyes fluttering closed. Just ask, and I'll give you an harem of the genre you prefer. The real one said before starting a tentative round of deep throat. Crash. With a mighty hit the door was forced open by both Dash and Pinky that immediately marched inside with narrowed eyes. What do you want? Twilight asked huffing in annoyance. If you people want a piece of him, I pretend to be always present. I am the one conceding you others some time with him, do not forget. Dash replied with a growl. Humph, so what? The purple unicorn answered while her clones continued lavishing the alicorn's lower half in tender, worshipping-like attention. Or it's a group effort or I won't let any of you get even remotely close to him. The Cyan Pegasus answered angrily. And what if I want a romantic thing with him? Alone? Pinky asked pouting. You ask first and then, if I feel charitable, we can talk about it. Dash answered crossing her hooves. That's absurd and Fluttershy. What are you doing? Twilight started saying before turning towards the shy Pegasus trying to sneak out while dragging a tied-up Maelstrom behind her. Ehm. There is a very valid explanation as to why I am doing this. Shy answered while still dragging away the prince. Buck it. He is mine. Dashy. You promised. Pinky answered whining. It didn't stop you from letting AJ do as she please. What's the difference? Twilight added. Ah asked before doin' everything, sugar cue ouch. Ah can't feel my legs anymore. The farm mare answered weakly before failing in getting up due to her weak legs. Enough, the prince roared as he finally broke free. Mile. Dash stammered under the glare he was sending them. First AJ and the Twilight, twice I went a step close at coming before Sumpony stopped me. He growled with his lower horn, twitching in its own manner of nodding, as a way to underline the message. So? Fluttershy asked. It hurts. I need release, he muttered darkly. Virgin. Twilight answered immediately. Me too, AJ added rapidly. Ditto, Pinky said nodding. Me as well, Shy said. Then shut up and stay put, he bellowed making the girls nod rapidly. Nice way to make them desist, the Cyan Pegasus said smirking. Thank you, they were about to make me snap, the prince answered smugly. Poor dear, all hot and bothered, the mare cooed while gently nibbling on his neck. But I really need help, he added with an exaggerated whimper. Considering that I saw what AJ and Twee did kind of put me in the mood as well. Dash said while using her wings to clean a near table before jumping on it. What about us? Fluttershy asked. Just stay silent and watch. As a punishment for your pawnanapping. And you? Yes, the prince asked. Take me here on this table, she then said with a vindictive gleam in her eyes. Are you stealing one of Twilight's fantasies? Doing it in the library? Consider it a punishment for what she was doing, now come here. I want my stud, the mare answered with a wink. Of course, dear, the alicorn answered with an obedient nod before pouncing. It's on fire, Pinky whined as she and the others were forced to just sit through the thing doing nothing. That was a low blow, AJ added sighing. At least you had some fun instead. I am the one watching somebody else live my fantasy. Twilight answered with her own whine. What is she? Oh, dear. Fluttershy tried asking before the two inside started for real once discarded the foreplay session. Darn, that seems cool. AJ said as she and the others moved their heads to the side to try understand what was happening while Dash kept screaming herself hoarse in pleasure. I am pretty sure a pony's back shouldn't be able to bend like that. Twilight muttered with a raised eyebrow. Later that night, Canterlot, Celestia's room. The Sun Princess was calmly brushing her mane before going to bed while lost in thought, her mind drifting to the smiling face of her nephew that had returned only a couple of hours prior with a completely satisfied smile on his face and a completely relaxed posture. I bet he has spent a lot of time with his mare friend. She muttered with a tiny sigh. Jealous? A male voice asked amused from behind her. Mildly. The princess asked shocked as she turned around to look at him. Even with such an huge mirror you never saw me coming, do we have our minds someplace nice, your majesty? The blonde alicorn asked as he moved closer. I was just thinking, she replied. About me and Dash, he asked. Among other things, she admitted, now with the stallion standing barely few inches from her and forcing the older mare to hit her nightstand with her back as she stepped away from him. Are you okay? He asked as he leaned closer to give a shy sniff to her mane making her blush crimson. What are you doing? She asked as she leaned back even more. How long ago it was last time you had a stallion take care of you? He asked pressing his body on hers to better reach her neck to kiss it. No. It's wrong. Celestia stuttered just before a traitorous moan escaped her lips. You say that it's wrong, but your body says it wants more. He whispered hotly in her ear making the tip of his pleasure rest on her stomach. It's. The princess panted out as soon as he started licking her neck. You are the Sun Princess, I bet no pony else could handle such an hot woman like you before I got here. He muttered as this time she felt her lower body part to grant him unrestricted access. Mile. She gasped out at feeling her juices flow down like a river from her body's acceptance. Let me fan that fire, Aunt. Let me turn it into an inferno so that my seed will then pour out forth and quench your thirst. The prince answered as he finally entered her completely. Mile. Take me. Celestia yelled in need making him gain a ferocious rhythm in his thrusting. What's the meaning of this, Celestia? A new voice roared in unmatched fury as Luna appeared on the door of the room. Real world, Celestia's room. Yelling in surprise, Celestia sat awake on her bed with her forehead covered in sweat before burying her face in her hooves. Sigh. Again with this dream. This is the 6th night in a row. I can't continue like this. She muttered whining. I repeat the question. Luna's voice reached her with a tone of pure hate and rage simmering in the back of her voice. Oh, God. The Sun Princess muttered in horror as she slowly turned to watch her sister standing on the door in the same position she saw in her dream. What's the meaning of that dream, sister? And I hope that I was just wrong in hearing you admit that it is in fact a recurring occurrence, are we right? Luna asked again as her mantle had already started turning midnight black. Luna, I can explain. This means nothing. The Sun Alicorn yelled frantically. Celestia The Sun Princess screamed in horror as the Moon Alicorn pounced furiously on her. Not far away, Maelstrom's room. Dash, it's okay, I am not angry anymore. The prince muttered as he hugged the wailing Pegasus tight to his chest. As soon as the girls had told him about her own planning, their time with him, he had been angry at her for the whole thing, especially as it was clear AJ and Twilight had been okay with it and acted accordingly to the schedule, so as soon as his hormones had calmed down he had been focused enough to chew the girl alive for her fixation about controlling him. This resulted, to his surprise, in the girl breaking down into a sobbing wreck that started rambling about him leaving her for another mare should she not be there to make certain another pony wasn't better than her in any way, especially her friends that knew her own faults and could exploit them to take her cold friend away from her. And now there the two were, in his room in the castle after the other element bearers had once again told her they were not trying to steal her man away, but that they will all be a big group and that she will be able to rest assured about no one else interfering since it would be a group effort, of Maelstrom and the girls. What will keep him with Dash and the other girls? They may be sharing between themselves but no one else would have been able to claim him. But I am trying. I am trying to accept this, but it hurts. She answered with a tiny sigh escaping her. I know and I understand, but the girls are getting angry at you for this. They seem to think that you don't trust them enough to leave them alone with me. Do you trust me or them so little? He asked, kissing her forehead. It's not that, but I never had a cult friend before. I always saw prettier girls have flock of boys hanging around them like puppies while I had to do my worst to get their attention. I remember it from my school days. I was even tramped once from a couple of guys in their haste to propose to a girl. I get scared, okay. Dash answered, burying her face in his wing. At least you are trying, maybe in the wrong way. Hey. But I and them know you are giving this a try no matter how hard it is for you. You just need to tell the girls the whole truth. Maelstrom proposed. Tell them what? That I am afraid, insecure, that I saw in them a menace because I believe them having better chances at having you. She asked with narrowed eyes. If it helps my little Dash to have more faith in herself as a girl, then yes. The prince answered, smiling. They will never understand. The Cyan Pegasus answered defiantly. Good thing then that we eavesdropped, dear. Otherwise you will never have told us a thing or, heavens forbid, used the wrong words and created a mess with a misunderstanding. Rarity said, sighing as she and the other elements entered the room. What? Dash yelled with wide eyes. You are too used to play the strong independent woman to actually manage something like telling how you truly feel, so I made sure to have them listen as you did it with me. Maelstrom answered, smirking. You manipulating stallion. Dash said, slapping his wing with hers, with her face being completely red in shame. Sigh. Y'are hopeless, sugar cube. I'm not stealin' him from ya, but sure as there are apples in a tree I want some of the goodies. AJ said, shaking her head. Me too, Pinky said, jumping on the spot with a wide smile. We just asked to let us have few moments with him, okay, without a timetable. Twilight asked before adding the last part after a group glare of the others. Really? Dash asked weakly. No stealing or underhoof tactics, promise. The girls interested in the prince chorused. Still not convinced. Rarity asked, amused. DIIRLS. Dash bellowed as she flew in a straight line towards her friends for a group hug. Do you think we managed to help her understand? Maelstrom asked, smiling. If not completely, I guess we can easily say we are 90% done and a step close at managing to have this herd thing work. Rarity answered, shrugging. Few bumps are to be expected. He said, nodding. But on the bright side, like this she won't have to worry about other mares interfering, all of them will literally tear to pieces whoever tries. The fashionista added. Yep, I don't envy the idiot that will try something. So, are you calmer now, Dash? Fluttershy asked, concerned. I feel better, that's for sure, thank you, for not trying to take him away. The mare answered with a small smile. Just as long as ya don't hoard him, I'm okay with everything. AJ answered, winking. Can we ask you to take us home? Like that you and Dash will have some alone time. Twilight asked. You sure? Maelstrom answered. Yep, as a show of good faith, we'll leave you alone tonight and then tomorrow we'll try to work out a better way to make this work, together. The unicorn answered, smiling. I'll summon a toad and see if they can take you back to Ponyville. The alicorn answered, jumping out his room window. Be good, Dash, and do not exaggerate, both of you still need to sleep properly. Fluttershy asked as the giant body of Gamabunta covered the window. Why should I? Dash asked back. If he is tired, Luna will get suspicious, and you yourself will fly slower and ruin your times. Twilight answered. Oh, yeah, maybe you are right. The mare conceded. Everything's ready. Good night, girls. Good night, Meal, keep your hooves out of nasty place, both of you need to sleep. Rarity answered as she hopped on the toad's head, soon followed by the other girls. Good night, Dash said, waving her friends off as the toad summon gave a first, giant hop forward towards Ponyville. Ready for bed? The prince asked, patting the other area near him. Of course, make room, the Pegasus said as she dived for the covers before hugging him tightly. The two lovebirds just stood there in silence, frowning at listening the far-away screaming contest between Luna and Celestia still ongoing in the background. Do those two ever stop arguing? The prince muttered, sleepy. Don't care, just sleep. I am tired, Dash answered as she snuggled closer to him. And Gilda? She'll understand that for once I wanted to sleep with you. And she is a resourceful girl, I bet she is having her own fun. The Pegasus answered before falling into the sleeping realm. Ponyville, Dash and Gilda's apartment. I need a man, Gilda said with a defeated sob as she attacked the second box of ice cream while watching a soap opera on the TV. Or at least I need for something exciting to happen, she then said in despair. Unknown to her, her prayers were being answered as a traveling show mare was slowly reaching the borders of the small town, intended to show everyone in there her powerful magic and fabulous tricks. Prepare yourself, Ponyville. The great and powerful Trixie is coming to show you how real magic works. The mare said with a smug grin once the first house came into view. Ponyville, library. In the book-filled room an unicorn, a dragon and an alicorn were looking at a long list of spells, most of which already marked off with success marks with narrowed eyes. Another? Maelstrom Knight asked, holding up a pen. You sure? Twilight answered, uncertain. Come on, Twilight, you can do it, Spike said, nodding eagerly. Sigh. Okay, here goes. The girl answered as her horn gave out a short burst of light that momentarily blinded the ones watching. PFFFFT ha 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 ha. Once saw the result, the alicorn prince couldn't help but melt into laughs and guffaws while trembly adding a new mark on the list. Ya did it. And you are just jealous, Muley. Growing magic, that's number 25. Spike answered, annoyed, before caressing his sparkling new pair of mustache with a pleased expression. Hoo. Sorry. By the way, with this we got 25 different types of tricks and counting. Maelstrom said, still smirking in amusement. Actually, the exact number would be 26. Twilight corrected, chuckling. What's the 26th? Spike asked. But my wonderful, Cage Bunchen spell, of course. The first of a long series of human magic I intend to adapt to unicorn magic. Twilight answered, making the mustaches on Spike's face disappear, making him pout. If that makes you happy, but still, 26 different kinds of tricks. I thought unicorns were only supposed to have magic that matches their special talents. How does it work? The prince asked, confused. Yep, I know you are amazing, Twee, but that's an impressive number of different stuff you can do, and you made an even longer list of spells still to try. Spike added, impressed. True, for ponies whose talents are for things like cooking or singing or math, the possibilities aren't too many. But what if a unicorn's special talent is magic? The young mare answered. Ooh, I get it, Maelstrom answered, nodding. Hoo. You two defile the rules, alicorn or not. You should be only good at wind-related and moon-oriented magic, the latter thanks to Princess Luna's status as an alicorn the moment you were conceived. But you have been trained in human magic thanks to the chakra inside you got from that fox in your body. It's a rare event, but there can easily be ponies able to possess great magical abilities outside their talent. She answered with a short giggle. Like you, Twilight, you do know a ton of magic. Spike said proudly. Yep, he is right, the alicorn added, smirking. Oh stop, you two. I'm sure there are lots of ponies right here in Ponyville that know just as much magic as me. Twilight answered, waving the duo off while blushing. Are you kiddin'? I don't think there's another unicorn in all Equestria with your kind of ability, Twilight. Spike said, annoyed. And neither there is a cuter one, Maelstrom added, moving closer to rub his cheek on hers. Come on, not in front of Spike. She answered with an even redder face while returning the gesture, sighing lowly. I am going. Wait until I am gone. The small dragon shrieked with a gagging tone. Mail. Heads up for the mail. A new, young voice yelled as a Pegasus flew near the window. A letter for His Sexiness Prince Maelstrom. With the compliments of Mad Speedster's mail system, please sign here. The mailman-dressed mare said, holding a letter in her mouth. His Sexiness? The prince asked, laughing, once accepted the letter and signing the receipt. I find it fitting. Until next time, and thank you for choosing New York's premier Pegasus postal service, and remember, if you don't get the letter in a day, you can pluck our feathers away. Bye. The post-mare answered, smirking before zooming away at high speed. Who's the sender? Twilight asked. . It's Blueblood, he answered surprised. What does he want now? Spike asked. He wants to meet me, says that it's important, either he wants to make peace or he wants revenge. Maelstrom answered shrugging. Revenge? Twilight asked. Read the postscript. Peace. This is in no way a trap, cousin. I have not gained an artifact of immense power nor I want to use it to hurt and humiliate you badly before attacking your friends as well in childish pettiness, nor is this a suspiciously specific denial. It isn't, okay, so do not expect a trap or a revenge plan or a surprise attack once your guard is down. I just want to deal with our differences once and for all, bwahahahaha, he even transcribed the evil laugh. Twilight said with a groan once read the postscript aloud. He is an idiot, Spike said in disbelief. Spike, the mayor answered scandalized. He is right, my cousin is an idiot and by how shaking is his writing he is not even right in the head, so whatever it is he is not okay. Sigh. It's been a while since I delivered a therapy no jutsu. But it's nice to practice every once in a while. Maelstrom answered cracking his back with a pleased moan. Therapy no jutsu. Kick the ass of the bad guy so badly they turn good. It's pure violence used to teach a life lesson, modestly, I am pretty good at it. The prince answered as his body got covered by the flaming golden aura of the six-path sage mode. So you are going? Twilight asked sadly. I'll be careful, but if I don't accept the invitation then the idiot will do something stupid. I'll be back soon, promise. He answered kissing her cheek. I'll hold you on that. The unicorn answered nodding and watching the alicorn sprint away, soon enough leaving behind the deafening bang of his breaking the sound barrier. Sigh. Up for a walk. I feel like having a hayshake. Twilight asked walking outside. Coming. But can you give me back my mustaches? I want to see if Rarity likes them. Spike said eagerly. Spike. Twilight answered sighing while shaking her head. Gangway. Comin' through. Ow. Snips, snails. What's going on? The small dragon yelped as he barely had the time to dodge before a couple of unicorns ran over him. Wah, haven't you heard? Snails asked surprised. Heard what? There's a new unicorn in town. The other answered. Yeah, they say that she's got more magical powers than any other unicorn ever. Snips added excited. Really? Twilight asked surprised. Ah, no way, that honor goes to Twilight here. Spike answered huffing. Shush. Where is this unicorn? The blushing element of magic asked. Oh, she's in the town square. Come on. Snails answered hurrying away. Yeah, ha 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 ha. Come on. Woo. Snips added as he joined his friend laughing all the way. If only those two would not get excited over everything, one might actually think this unicorn is worth it, Spike said sighing. I am still curious though. Twilight said as she and her small assistant moved towards the town square. A short walk later, town square. Once reached the place both Unicorn and Young Dragon found out that welcoming the newly arrived mysterious unicorn there was a large crowd of people gathered in front of a small traveling caravan sitting quietly in wait. Howdy. Hi, Twee. Hi Spike. AJ said welcoming the two with a wide smile. This way, dear. Up in front, I want to see this supposedly powerful unicorn close, even just to justify this ruckus that has thrown the whole town into a frenzy. Rarity said while moving Spike on her back. Still, whoever this pony is, they won't be as awesome as me, that's for sure. Dash added smirking. Ego problem, Dashy. Pinky said smiling. Che, she answered crossing her hooves. It was in that moment that in a show of transformation that would have shamed Michael Bay and his Transformers movie franchise the small caravan opened into a wide stage with a tall purple curtain and a small planet, a swirl and a rocket appearing hanging over the stage. Come one, come all. Come and witness the amazing magic of the great and powerful Trixie. A female voice boomed as a fanfare resounded from the stage along a blinding explosion of fireworks making everyone gathered go, ooh. In awe. As soon as the smoke dissipated a cyan-colored unicorn with ice-white mane appeared on the stage wearing a purple mantle and wizard hat covered in stars, her entrance welcomed by a shower of light making her sparkle. People of Ponyville, she said with blazing eyes as she looked at everyone gathered in front of her. Watch in awe as the great and powerful Trixie performs the most spectacular feats of magic ever witnessed by pony eyes. Trixie said, getting up on her rear legs and yelling the last part, making her fanfare sound again and her fireworks explode once more behind and above her. My. What boasting, Rarity said, snarling, annoyed. Come on, no ponies as magical as Twee. Spike, Twilight hissed angrily, silencing him. That's to be demonstrated, as we can't know how good other ponies outside Ponyville are, but I have to begrudgingly admit that you can hold your own in magic, Twilight. So he has not said something wrong, Rarity answered. There's nothing wrong with being talented, is there? Twilight asked, worried. Nothin' at all, 'ceppin' when someone goes around showin' it off like a school filly with fancy new ribbons. AJ answered, shrugging. Like Dashy, Pinky said. Exactly. Hey, the rainbow-maned Pegasus said, offended. Just because one has the ability to perform lots of magic does not make one better than the rest of us. Rarity added. Yup, especially when ya got me around being better than the rest of us. He. I mean, yeah, UUHM. Boo the bragger, Spike offered, smirking. Yeah, magic schmagic. Boo, the mare said with a forced tone and blushing. Well, Trixie said, abruptly stopping the music and leaning down on the floor of her stage with her front hooves crossed under her chin and her tail swinging back and forth above her head, making the girls flinch. It seems we have some naysayers in the audience. Who is so ignorant as to challenge the magical ability of the great and powerful Trixie? Did they know that they're in the presence of the most magical unicorn of all Equestria? She asked as her fanfare kicked in at an even higher volume as she jumped upright, opening her front hooves wide and nailing the element bearers with an hard stare. Her answer was a loud, unladylike raspberry of Rarity that almost had her trip on her cape, prompting a long round of laughs from the audience. Just who does she think she is? The fashionista said, frowning. Yeah, since we all know that Twilight here is. Spike, shish, the unicorn growled, covering his mouth with an hoof. What's wrong? The small dragon asked, dumbfounded. You see the way they reacted to Trixie. I don't want anyone thinking I may show off. She hissed. Spike, it's still standing on my back, so I heard you, honey. I don't know what's the problem with you today, but you never showed off anything, you know, so I don't think you'll start anytime soon. Rarity answered. I was wondering why you got him on your back. Twilight muttered, looking down. He is not exactly a giant, so doing this he will be able to watch the show. The other answered, smiling innocently. So I am too small for you? Spike asked, hurt. Stop thinking that, mongrel. She answered with a low whisper. Sorry, mistress, it won't happen anymore. He said, smiling, relieved. Good. Trixie is still waiting. Who dares put into discussion her immeasurable power? The show mare asked smugly. Okay, great and powerful Trixie. What makes you think you're so awesome, anyway? Dash answered, glaring at her. Hey, why, only the great and powerful Trixie has magic strong enough to vanquish the dreaded Ursa Major. She answered, as this time the whole square trembled from how many fireworks exploded at the same time after her bold answer. What? Snips yelled with wide eyes. No way. Snails chorused in equal awe. When all hope was lost, the ponies of Hoofington had no one to turn to, but the great and powerful Trixie stepped in, and with her awesome magic, vanquished the Ursa Major and sent it back to its cave deep within the Everfree forest. Trixie said, sailing on the audience's awe with a very pleased expression and shining eyes. Saw, sweet. Snips and Snails yelled at the same time. That settles it. Trixie truly is the most talented, the most magical, the most awesome unicorn in Ponyville. No, in all Equestria. Oh, Celestia. Any more and I fear they will sneak inside her caravan to steal her clothes for a shrine. Dash said, horrified. I would be more surprised if they tried. AJ added, shivering. Ha 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 ha. It's true, my enthusiastic little admirers. Trixie is most certainly best in Ponyville. Pure silence ruled at that, as even the crickets were looking around uneasy. No really, I am. TCH. Very well, you don't believe the great and powerful Trixie. Ha ha ha. Well then, I hereby challenge you, Ponyvillians. Anything you can do, I can do better. Any takers? Anyone? Or is Trixie destined to be the greatest equine who has ever lived? She asked to the audience, fireworks, fanfare and all that soon following, as usual. Please, please, twee, she's unbearable. Ya gotta show her, ya just gotta. Spike asked in despair while clinging to Twilight's face. There's no way I'm going to use my magic now, Spike. Especially since. We are not asking you to show off, just to answer in tone. Dash asked equally begging. How about you? Trixie said pointing at Twilight with a vindictive smile. Eep, said Unicorn yelped shocked as a cone of light shined above her. Well, how about it? Is there anything you can do that the great and powerful Trixie can't? The show mare asked with a teasing smile. I don't, Twilight stammered. Well, little hayseed. So that's a no. What a pity. Trixie heard every pony praise Ponyville for their magical knowledge and all during her trips, but in the end the only saving grace of this place are the guards making the rounds around here. Trixie answered pleased. The guards? Dash asked aloud with narrowed eyes. Trixie had the pleasure to meet a few, and she knows some girls here would be more than happy to have them trot to their rescue, especially if the stories about a prince himself helping them too are indeed true. The show mare said, making various mares nod eagerly. GCK. The rainbow-maned Pegasus gasped, choking on her own spit at that. Ooh, did Trixie touch a sore spot? Maybe some pony here has laid her eyes on said mysterious soldier. Trixie answered with a predatory gleam in her eyes as the light this time shined on Dash and the violent eye tick she was sporting. Who knows? She then said casually while walking away. Maybe once the show is over, the great and powerful Trixie will be able to give him a private show. A night can be magical in more ways than one, don't you think? She said, showing her smirk from above her shoulder and making whistles and cat calls resound from the audience. What? The element bearers yelled as one. That's it. I can't stand for no more of this. AJ roared as she jumped on the stage with a smoldering glare aimed at Trixie. You show her, AJ. Spike yelled, cheering wildly for the farm mare. Watch this. The girl said, tying the end of a rope to her tail and creating a lasso. She then started spinning at blinding speed around herself before snapping it forward to grab an apple from a tree and pull it towards her open mouth. Munch. Show. Can ya match DHIs? The girl asked with a smug smile while still munching. Woo. The audience cheered wildly while calling AJ's name. O ye of little talent. Watch and be amazed at the magic of Trixie. The mare answered as her horn flared up, making the same rope move on its own and before the other could react, tying AJ's hooves together before shoving an apple in her mouth. Whoa. The poor farm mare had the time to scream before jumping her way down from the stage after a last glare to Trixie. Once again, the great and powerful Trixie prevails, she said, bowing at the audience's cheers. There's no need to go strutting around and showing off like that. Dash said, moving at an inch of Trixie's face. Oh. That's my job, and you'll have to step over my unconscious body before touching my man. The Pegasus said with a snarl before whispering the last part so that only Trixie would hear her. Then keep your eyes open, little feather. Heavens forbid the great and powerful Trixie shows herself being better in that too. She answered, smirking. Enough. Beat this. Dash said as she gave a single flap of her wings that launched her high in the sky. Giving a challenging smirk, the mare launched herself on a nosedive towards the audience, making them part in a chorus of shrieks before zooming back up in the sky, where she moved the clouds to spell her name and dive in one of them. As soon as she had the cloud disperse, she landed on the stage to shake off the small particles of water gathered on her fur, forming a small rainbow above her. They don't call me Rainbow and Dash for nothin', Dash said smugly while basking in the cheering of the ones watching. When Trixie is through, the only thing they'll call you is loser. Trixie answered as with a flare of her horn that very same small rainbow moved on its own to circle Dash, legs tightly before snapping away, making her spin like a top and fall from the stage. Whoa, 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 gurgle, I think I'm gonna be sick. The mare groaned while stumbling back to her friends. Hoo. Seems like any pony with a dash of good sense would think twice before tussling with the great Trixie. The show mare said, summoning a small thundercloud that launched a tiny lightning bolt to Dash, flank zapping her. Ow. That's it. What we need is another unicorn to challenge her. Someone with some magic of her own. Spike said with narrowed eyes. Yeah, A unicorn to show this unicorn who's boss. Dash added. A real unicorn to unicorn tussle. AJ said nodding. Twilight just inched away slowly while trying to look inconspicuous. Fine, I'll take the hint. Miss Sparkle here is evidently willing to ignore, even if Rarity is normally above such nonsense. Applejack and Dash may like to act as ruffians, but this Rarity conducts herself with beauty and grace and zop. Rarity started saying before a purple zap of magic went shot out of Trixie's horn, nailing her on the forehead. Ooh, what's the matter? You got a hair out of place in that rat's nest you call a mane. Trixie said, smirking. My mane. The fashionista asked with a dead voice as she summoned a small mirror to look at her mane, now turned into a shapeless blob of green tousled hair. Rare, take a deep breath. Dash said with a scared expression. Ya can fix it. I'm sure ya can fix it. AJ added with nervous smile. My hair. It's green. Rarity bellowed in both horror and disgust. What's wrong with having a green mane? The near mare named Golden Harvest asked, sneering. Trixie believes that this style suits you better, dear. The show Mare said mockingly. Roar. In answer to that and with a roar worthy of an Ursa, Rarity simply pounced on Trixie, trying to literally bite her head off, making the unicorn shriek in fear. Kaya. Postponed. The show is postponed. Help. Trixie yelled with wide eyes as the other elements managed to grab the furious Rarity to drag her away, screaming and kicking. Let me go. Let me go. I just want to use her flank to make a carpet for my bathroom. No pony ruins my mane and lives to tell the tale. The mare bellowed while still dragged all the way back to her boutique. The gulp. TT, the show will continue tomorrow. TT, thank you for coming. The very scared Trixie stuttered before closing the stage's curtains rapidly. As the audience dispersed, only Snip and Snails remained behind, still watching the caravan rapidly transform from its stage from back into its traveling version. You know, Snips, I really loved that Ursa story. Snails said, sighing longingly. Me too, Snails. Hey, I have an idea. Guess what we are going to do now? Snips said, developing a huge smile. We are going to steal the great Trixie's hat and cloak so to bask in her magnificent scent. Snails said with an eager expression. No, yeah, maybe later. I mean, we need to find an Ursa. So we'll see the great T defeated in person. How cool that would be. Yeah, that would be so awesome. Come on, let's go. Snails answered as both rapidly ran towards the Everfree forest. Later that night, Carousel Boutique. Sorry if I called you at this hour of night, Eno. But I am not good at girly talk and problems of hair. Maelstrom said, sighing, winching when Fluttershy's disinfectant-drenched cloth passed over one of his bruises while she tended to his already half-healed light wounds. It's okay, I actually needed some distraction for my writer's block. And I know how it feels to have a bastard ruin your hair, magic solution or not, it brings a very deep trauma to a girl. The Yamanaka girl answered while sitting on the floor and passing a brush through Rarity's mane with the utmost care. Sniff, sniff. Thank you, dear. The distraught fashionista answered, grateful while looking relieved at her reflection, showing her mane back into its former glory. So soft. The kunoichi gushed, smiling wide. She is surrounded by cute horses, of course she would have accepted your invitation. Kurama added, smirking. We have another problem though, Dash said, sighing while pointing at Twilight, stubbornly looking at a book while pretending to be reading it. Twee, would you put down that book and just listen to us? Spike asked, annoyed. Didn't you see how they hated Trixie's bragging, Spike? If I go out there and show off my magic, I run the risk of losing them as friends. She answered, shaking her head. It depends on what you do, Sugarcube. Just acceptin' the challenge and win won't automatically mean you're braggin', AJ answered, huffing. Yeah, you'll just use your magic to stand up for your friends. Pinky added with a nod. We all know that you are good at it, we saw what you did against our copies Nightmare Moon created, the only reason the others don't is all just because Discord stopped them from coming out of their houses. Just keep your ego under check while facing that mean mare and no pony will comment on your abilities. Rarity said, sighing. No, it's exactly the same. They would still think I am showing off. Twilight said, sighing. If you ask me, I think you people are overreacting. Are you sure that the whole thing was not just part of her show? Maelstrom asked while opening and closing his bandaged wings to check them and nodding in satisfaction. You didn't see her, she was doing it on purpose. Rarity answered huffing. Exactly, she is a show mare, she has to get a raise out of you as a part of the whole thing. It's part of the show, a way to call people on the stage as assistants in the numbers. The prince answered. No, she was being a bragger instead and I don't want to be seen acting like that. Twilight answered. Yeah, she is a mean mare. Dash added. What she did was not nice at all. Fluttershy said, shaking her head. Sigh. I'll remain of the idea that it was simply part of the show instead if you don't mind. The alicorn answered, defeated. You are too nice sometimes, Mael. Spike said, shaking his head. In my humble opinion, the truth is in the middle, Ino said, switching off the charmed pendant she was wearing to talk in Konoha's language. Gee, thank you Ino-chan. Stay in the middle so you don't have to say which side is wrong, thank you. Maelstrom answered, rolling his eyes. Blee. The girl answered, sticking out her tongue and returning to happily pet Rarity. It's not nice to talk in a language we can't understand. Rarity answered, huffing. I better go, the pause is over. I'll tell the guys you managed to get into a fight that destroyed half a city even here between ponies. The smirking Ino said, getting up and entering the portal the alicorn opened for her. Hey, he had an amulet that gave him alicorn-like levels of power. I had to kick his ass in a major way to tear that thing off his neck. Now Mother Luna and Aunt Celestia have the thing hidden somewhere safe only the three of us know about, found in a pawn shop. Blea. Maelstrom answered, indignant. How's your cousin now? Dash asked. Pretty okay, I had to get rude, but he'll survive. Meanwhile, New York's Central Hospital. Oh, Celestia, please somepony just kill me, put an end to this agony, I beg you. The mangled blue blood moaned from his bed. Gurgle. What happened to him? The doctor asked, biting down his puking fit by sheer force of will. He got into a fight. The nurse answered with a green face before looking away from the scarring spectacle. With an horde of dragons. We don't know, he is rambling too much. Oh, Harmony. He looks like an half-eaten pretzel. A near janitor yelled in horror before running away. Call the surgeon, we'll start by removing his head from his own sphincter and straight his spine back to normal, and call an expert in knots for his hooves. The doctor said, steeling himself by taking a deep breath. I'll call an expert in modern art too, to understand where is the front and where the back. The nurse added, hurrying out. Back to Ponyville, library. So it's final. You are not going to challenge that mare? Dash asked, huffing. I don't want to be seen as a bragger like Trixie. Twilight answered almost petulantly. But you are the best. Spike said, shocked. Please, guys, I said, roar. What the unicorn was about to say went eclipsed by a long, loud and deep roar that seemingly shocked the entirety of Ponyville. Soon followed by three voices screaming at the same time. Okay, those were, something big and angry, snips, snails and I don't know who's the third voice owner. Maelstrom muttered with wide eyes. The third one was Trixie. What was that? Rarity asked. I'll go check. Uh-ho. Spike answered, looking outside before slamming the door closed with a pale face. Is that what I think it is? Twilight asked with a nervous tone. Majorly. The small dragon answered with a forced smile as roars kept echoing outside. What is that? Fluttershy asked, curious. An Ursa major, probably. The purple unicorn answered. Yes, it is. Trixie screamed as she, Snips and Snails bolted inside and started amassing everything they could find against the door while screams of fear filled the streets outside alongside the noises of things getting destroyed by the dozen. I expected a little bit more calm from a small, countryside town like Ponyville. Even Konoha had not so many attacks when I was a kid there. Maelstrom said, sighing. What have you two foals done? Spike asked, correcting himself at Twilight's nagging. We brought an Ursa in town. Snips answered, looking down. You what? Twilight bellowed in disbelief. Don't worry, the great and powerful Trixie will vanquish it. I can't, said Mare muttered. What? Both Snips and Snails yelled as one. I can't, I never have. No one can vanquish an Ursa major. I just made the whole story up to make me look better. Trixie added. Made it up. The two idiots chorused. Hello. She is a show mare. Being overly theatrical, it's her gig. Smoke, pyrotechnics and awe-inspiring stories. You are not supposed to believe her, just to feel the wow of her show and enjoy her tricks. The Alicorn Prince said slowly. Yep, what he says. You challenged me, I had to win and appear to be the best or I wouldn't have been paid. Who are you exactly? Trixie answered. Maelstrom Knight, nice to meet ya. A show. Dash growled. Yes, the mare answered with a nervous smile. Ya zapped my flank. Ya tied me up, AJ bellowed. You ruined my mane, Rarity added. Sometimes the great and powerful Trixie gets carried away in her acting, okay. Trixie answered blushing. Can we focus on the giant beast that is demolishing the town, please? Maelstrom asked while taking away his bandages to open his wings fully. You are an alicorn. Though it was clear. How do we stop that thing? He answered. You won't take part, you are still wounded. We others instead. I'll try to come up with something. Twilight answered. But I am fine. The prince said whining. You will stay here and rest instead. AJ answered with narrowed eyes. Have faith, mildly. We will be okay. Pinky added smiling. Fine, I promise I won't fight that thing. Maelstrom said huffing. Good, you ready, girls? Dash asked. Yes, the other element bearers answered as they ran out together. Gone, the alicorn asked after a short pause. Yes, why? Trixie answered uncertain. I promised that I would have not fought that Ursa personally, but Kurama is an entity on his own. He answered smirking. Yay, finally some work out. I was getting cranky in here. The Biju said from the seal. Who's Kurama? The show mare asked. A friend, wanna come? You want Trixie to join you? She asked in surprise. Contrary to the girls, I am more open to give ponies the benefit of the doubt. I know you are not a bad girl, even if from what I got you tend to brag a little too much. He answered snorting. Girl. Mare, I meant mare. Sigh. Maybe Trixie really gets carried away a little when she is in the mood of the show. The mare muttered looking at her hooves. Me too, I still like to boast about my being awesome so we are not different, I know it feels good. So, you coming? The prince asked with a gentle smile. Trixie will be honored, she answered. With Twilight and the others. So, any idea, Sugarcube? AJ asked. Wait, that's an Ursa minor. It's a baby. Twilight gasped out as soon as she saw the giant bear-like creature. A baby? That thing is a kid. Rarity said in shock as they jumped aside to dodge a flying cart and its owner the Ursa threw at them. If that's an Ursa minor, then what's an Ursa major like? Spike asked shocked. You don't wanna to know. Twilight answered. Bigger. Dash asked. Much more. Let me guess, a major one is as big as me. A deep voice asked jokingly. Yeah, the purple unicorn squeaked out as soon as she and the others saw the giant body of Kurama. Summoned him out of the seal. I never said he would not have fought that thing. Maelstrom said smirking from the fox head. How did you sneak on us? Fluttershy asked in surprise. Grew up in a ninja world, Missy. Got some tricks myself. Kurama answered with a fanged smile that had even the Ursa whimper. There is no need to fight it, it's not rampaging, it is just cranky because someone woke it up. Twilight said at watching the translucent Ursa keeping distance from Kurama. Snips and snails. The other girls plus Prince said as one groaning. Gotta kick their ass later. Trixie will gladly help you in doing that. Don't stand too close to her. Dash yelled with narrowed eyes. The great and powerful Trixie will stand wherever the great and powerful Trixie wants to. The other answered huffing and actually scooping closer to the alicorn. Talk like that and then don't be surprised if others are annoyed. He said bumping her shoulder. Trixie apologies. Let's just deal with the Ursa, this day has been even too much taxing. Rarity pleaded sighing. Okay, Mael, you and Kurama just make sure the Ursa won't run away. Okay, both answered annoyed. Can you do that rope trick again, AJ? She then asked. That's a little big thing to tie up. But I can try, she answered uncertain. Trail, I can help. Trixie squeaked out once pushed forward by Maelstrom. I don't trust ya, but we need to stop that thing so okay. But I will keep my eyes on ya the whole time. AJ answered grumbling. I guess you can't talk it into calming down. Twilight asked. The poor dear is kind of too angry for that, Twilight. Fluttershy admitted. Then you and Pinky help me, I'll copy AJ and use some rope myself. Rarity answered. I'll help AJ then, Dash said nodding. Good, let's see, a lullaby maybe. Twilight said. With something that big, Spike asked worried. It's still a baby, it should work hopefully. She answered as she focused hard making a little tune drift around them carried by the wind. Ah, no, you'll stay there and listen. Kurama growled going on all four with his 9 tails spread wide open behind him blocking the Ursa's retreat. Hee-ah, AJ yelled as her lasso and Rarity circled the Ursa's feet. Pull, Dash yelled as she and the others forced the Ursa to fall down by pulling its hind legs back enough for it to slip and fall. What's she doing? AJ asked at seeing Twilight's horn shine in an unhealthy-looking red from the magical exertion she was putting it through. Pin it down, Maelstrom said in alarm at seeing the Ursa crawl towards the unicorn to stop her lullaby. No, bad touch, the Bijou growled grabbing both front paws of the bear to pin it down. It's working, keep it up, Rarity yelled at seeing the Ursa's eyelids start to flutter closed. Uugh. Twilight groaned as several gallons of milk floated in front of the beast in a makeshift baby bottle. If that was not enough, once sure the Ursa had an iron grip on the bottle, the small unicorn used her power to lift the bear-like thing to lull it until it went to sleep, snoring quite loudly but with an happy smile on its face. Okay, that was impressive. Kurama admitted surprised. Ah, Twilight whimpered before collapsing. Twee, the prince answered bolting at her side to catch her. Overdone, she asked weakly. Hoo. 10 points Miss Sparkle, full marks. He answered with a proud smile while moving her on his back. Make a clone, I'll take this thing to its mommy before she too comes her. Kurama said grabbing the sleeping Ursa with his tails. Be careful, he answered as the Bijou slowly walked towards the Everfree forest. You may have vanquished an Ursa minor, but you will never have the amazing, show-stopping ability of the great and powerful Trixie. Trixie said huffing. Come on, Maelstrom said nudging her. Sigh. Okay, I am sorry about how I acted, better. The great and overly dramatic Trixie overdid in her show. She answered annoyed. Sorry about your caravan, Big T. Snips said bowing at her feet. We just wanted to see awesome magic. Snails added as he too bowed. It was my only home. Trixie said looking at the wreckage of her stage with a sad expression, surprised to feel a wing cover her back in a friendly hug. Maybe we can salvage something? Maelstrom asked. Trixie hopes so, she answered sighing. What's the meaning of this? A new voice roared in fury making everyone jump. An Ursa, here, Luna yelled as she appeared above the group. Mother, please, don't make a scene, the girls took care of that. The prince answered groaning. Mother, Trixie said with wide eyes. You are too close to my son, Missy. Step aside, Luna bellowed. Eep, the other shrieked jumping away from the male alicorn near her. Mom, he muttered sighing in defeat and accepting his mother's hug. Are you hurt? Did that thing try to eat you? The Moon Princess asked in apprehension as she checked on her son. I can defend myself, Maelstrom tried saying. Why an Ursa, of all the creatures of the Everfree forest, was here? What happened? Luna demanded furious. We thought the great and powerful Trixie could defeat one. Snips said. Yeah, we believed her story, Snails added. Hey, Trixie said gasping in shock. So it's her fault? Luna asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, both said before running away as fast as they could. Traitors, Trixie screamed with wide scared eyes. Now you'll tell me the whole story, and I hope for you that it will be a good story. Luna said stalking closer to Trixie making her grow pale. Mom, come on, it's not her fault if two idiots could get and she is gone. Maelstrom tried saying before both Princess and Show Mare disappeared in a burst of light from the Moon Alicorn's teleportation. Trixie will be fine, Princess Celestia won't let her sister overdo in her punishment. Fluttershy answered. I'll take Twilight home and then I'll help you others rebuild with some clones of mine, the Alicorn Prince said sighing. And those two snips and snails will help as well, I assure you that. AJ added. The next day, Twilight groaned as she finally awoke to find herself in her bed back at her place, a sleeping Spike curled near her jerking away as soon as she awoke. You were so worried about showing your magic this morning, and last night you literally shocked everyone to the core. Maelstrom said as he peeked inside the room from the door. Oh, Celestia, the unicorn moaned burying her face in her hooves. Let me tell you this, of the ones that saw you know one things you were bragging, in truth most of them wonder how come your horn did not explode from the quantity of magic you were throwing around. He answered sitting near her bed. They don't hate me. Twilight asked shocked. Hate? Nope. Amazement. Oh, hey yes. The prince said smirking. Told you. Yaw on. No one is more amazing than Yaw. Spike added while yawning and scratching his belly. Come on, it was nothing. She said blushing. You were amazing. Maelstrom said burying his face in her neck or making her get even redder. See come on, stop. Then get up and come get some breakfast, the girls are already waiting for ya. He answered walking towards the door. Let me wash a little before that. Twilight answered. Need some help under the shower? He asked grinning. No, you are waiting outside with me. Before I can conjure images in my head. Spike answered pushing him outside. Spoilsport, the mare muttered huffing before hurrying towards her bathroom. Barely few minutes later and the group of girls plus one dragon, one griffin and one alicorn were happily sitting around a small table in the kitchen of Rarity's place, elected as the only one spacious enough. To Twee, our awesome magic user, Dash said grinning while rising her mug. To Twilight, the others chorused happily. Oh, shush, it's embarrassing, the girl answered. Nope. Ride the success, girl. You earned the right, Gilda answered shaking her head. A knocking at the door stopped the small party making Rarity get up to answer, gasping at seeing Princess Luna stand at her doorstep with a pleased smile on her face. Sorry to interrupt, but I have an announcement to make. The Moon Alicorn said walking inside. What is it, Your Highness? Fluttershy asked. In lieu of the recent Ursa incident I took upon myself to investigate, finding like that an hidden gem I then decided to polish with my own hooves. She answered smugly. In simpler terms, Mom. Maelstrom asked confused. Once I finished verbally chewing off the head of Miss Trixie, I came to an important decision. Luna answered nonplussed. Which is? Pinky asked. Maelstrom, please treat her well, she is going to study alongside you as my second student so help her revise the previous lessons we had together. Luna answered stepping aside making a grinning Trixie walk through the door. Please treat the great and ready to study Trixie well, Neil. The mare said standing near the princess. What? Twilight, Fluttershy, AJ, Dash and Pinky yelled as one. She has a great talent for some pony that taught herself how to use magic, and even if more show-oriented, I could not in good conscience let her talent go to waste. The Moon Alicorn answered. And where will she live? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. In the castle back in Canterlot, we have even too many unused rooms. Luna answered nonplussed. I hope you don't mind. Trixie said moving closer to the prince. It won't be me the one you'll have to worry about, I fear. Maelstrom answered worried as he himself could feel the group glare the element bearers were shooting to the show mare. Their problem, not ours. Trixie answered, flashing a challenging smile to the girls before kissing his cheek making them gasp. Don't poke the dragon, he muttered. Sorry, Trixie just loves to get a reaction like that from them. She answered chuckling. That's it, you die. Dash screamed as she pounced on the mare making utter bedlam erupt in the room. Sigh. I wonder how it is living on the moon, I bet in this time of year up there is wonderful. Peace and quiet all year long to a stallion's heart content. Maelstrom muttered sighing before joining Luna, Gilda and Rarity in stopping the violent fight between Trixie and Dash. Omake, what happened when Twilight discovered Rarity and Spike's relationship? A distraught Maelstrom and element bearers were calmly helping the shocked Twilight to sit on a near puff, the unicorn's eyes never stopping following Rarity's every move. Now Twee, take a deep breath. The prince said encouragingly. Ah! The mare answered with a blood-curdling scream of horror. Quote, That's not exactly what I meant, but is a good start all the same. Now try again, he said with a gentle smile. Ah! The same scream came out, only a tiny bit lower in volume. A little bit better. Now try to lower the volume a little bit more. Ah! Do you want some water, Twee? Your voice is getting hoarse. Pinky offered. Ah! Thank you. Slurp. Aha! Just what I needed. Ah! Twilight said, nodding before screaming once again. This may take a while, go change yourself and untie Spike while we do this. The Dash said, sighing. Okay. A very ashamed Rarity answered while taking away the leather mask and hiding the paddle she was using. Later that day, Konoha, pub. So she walked on them and discovered the truth about their relationship. Sasuke asked, amused. Yep. Full dominatrix attire and all the toys of the case. Maelstrom answered, downing the new dish of sake. And she got mad. Enough to pounce on her. Sakura asked, surprised. Pretty much. Took 3 alicorns to disengage her from Rarity before she could commit the first ponycide in our last 1,000 years of history. And she bites when angry. Dash answered, nursing the biting marks on her wings. And she gave you a black eye. Sasuke said, snorting while pointing at Maelstrom's face. No. This comes from the angry makeup sex marathon we had after that because she was pissed about me not telling her. It took me 9 hours to calm Twilight down enough for her to finally talk with Rarity in a peaceful manner without trying to punch her. He answered, emptying the small bottle in front of him in one go. You were so vigorous. The best night ever. Fluttershy still can't walk straight and Pinky still has to wake up. Dash added, sighing longingly. And the black eye then? A green-faced Sakura asked while ignoring Sasuke's choking spit take. She tends to kick during her orgasms and I forgot to dodge. Maelstrom admitted, ashamed. Back in Ponneville. Where are you going? Twilight asked. Outside. Spike answered, uncertain. You are not going to Rarity's place. She seduced you. The mare answered, indignant. It was consensual. He answered. No, I don't wanna hear. But I can tell you everything if you want. Spike said, smirking. No, I don't wanna. Twilight gasped in horror. But I want to. For example, there is this thing she does with the riding crop where. La. I am not listening. Twilight yelled, covering her ears. And then she takes out the cuffs and. La. I can't hear you. La. The mare shrieked as she ran away in her room, slamming the door closed. I'll be going then. Mistress said she wanted to try something new and, Spike yelled from outside, making Twilight go blue-faced in disgust. I don't care. Just don't tell me the details. She shrieked in answer. So I can go. Quote, Just get out, you sick depraved dragon. Talks the one that dreams about doing it with 2 male clones of Mael and a female clone of him at the same time. Eep. You forgot to close your diary with your usual spell, Twee. I got copies of some interesting theories you have wrote in there and wish to try with the prince. Spike said smugly. No. The scream of horror coming from inside the bedroom had the dragon chuckle in revenge. I'll be going then, bye. Spike said, walking away whistling. You monster. Twilight yelled, ashamed. Actually, I like these ideas. The Alicorn Prince said from the ceiling while reading from said diary. Oh, Twilight said, shocked at both his presence there and his admission. Wanna try them? We can send picture to Spike as a revenge, turnabout is fair game if the little hypocrite doesn't want to know about us. Maelstrom said, smirking. Oh, only if you want. The mare muttered. Later that day. 2 screams of horror could be heard in all Equestria and even all the way to Konoha and the elemental countries as Spike and Rarity screamed to the whole universe their answer at the detailed pictures Twilight and Maelstrom sent them. Avenged. The Alicorn said, smirking as he watched outside the window. Less talking and more bucking. Twilight muttered in answer from the bed while winking at him. Yes, dear, the prince said eagerly. Canterlot, Royal Castle, Throne Room. Twilight was standing to attention in wait and watching as the princess made sure no one was listening before sighing and motioning the purple unicorn to follow her. What's happening, Your Highness? Twilight asked, worried. I may need your help for an important mission, one regarding an ancient evil. Celestia answered, sighing as both stopped walking to look outside a near window to the gardens under the castle. Discord again? Twilight asked. Not this time. He has found a way to occupy himself, shall we say. Konoha, bath house, in the meantime. So this is how you take notes for your books? The untransformed Discord asked, whispering. Yep, Jiraiya style. Now shut up and keep writing. Ino answered while snapping more pictures of the boys and girls bathing in there with the camera he gave her. Yes, boss. The Draconiquus answered, nodding as he returned to write on a pad what she told him. Back to Canterlot. What's this mission about, princess? Will it need the elements? Twilight asked. Yes, but I am afraid that sending all of you in there will leave Equestria defenseless, so I am forced to ask you this: can you take this risk alone? Celestia answered with a worried expression. Everything for you, your highness. The mayor answered immediately. Thank you, my faithful student. I recently discovered that the screening spell I had been using for the past 1,000 years to check on the Siren sisters has faltered, and even my backup plan has been derailed as I have recently lost any contact with Sunset Shimmer. The Sun Alicorn said, looking in an undetermined point in front of her. Sirens. Sunset Shimmer. 3 sirens named Adagio Dazzle, Sonata Dusk and Aria Blaze originally roamed Equestria, spreading disharmony among ponies with their siren songs. They fed on ponies' negative energies to make their voices and magic more powerful with the intention of conquering Equestria. After a long battle Starsworld, the Bearded managed to banish them to another world. He theorized that in there they would have been unable to cause harm since in that place magic does not exist, but apparently that was not enough. Celestia answered, looking down. And Sunset Shimmer? Who was she? Sunset was a former student of mine who began her studies not long before you did. However, when she didn't get what she desired as quickly as she wanted, she turned cruel and dishonest, eventually abandoning her studies to pursue her own path. The Sun Alicorn answered. And how did she end with the Dazzlings? The Purple Unicorn asked, gasping in shock. Some time ago she managed to sneak inside the castle and in my personal library. At the time I was still working on the ritual to return my nephew into being a pony when she entered the section I was in with several books hovering behind her. She was trying to steal those in the hope to get the results she wanted. And then you banished her in that same world with the sirens? Twilight asked sadly. No, we fought a little, and when I managed to pin her down we finally talked like we should have had when she ran away. It took us the whole night and the following day. But in the end I managed to have her understand how wrong her actions were. It was then that she saw the mirror I used to keep the sirens under close watch and proposed herself as a backup plan. She would have kept them under close watch and weekly send me reports about their movements, but I fear that the magic behind her reaching them reactivated the magic of the sirens enough for them to somehow recover their powers. They must have removed my tracking on them. Soon after Sunset Shimmer's reports too went silent, with the very last one detailing how the 3 were getting close at discovering her. Yesterday I finally received a new one, short and to the point. Celestia answered, sighing. She asked for help? The Mare Unicorn asked. Yes, she said the sirens could discover her any moment and that she had to stop writing because they were tracking the magic she used to send me her reports. She asked for the help of the elements because the 3 sisters were recovering their powers at an always faster rate. The Sun Alicorn said with an horrified expression. Then how can I do this alone? Twilight said, worried. You are the element of magic and your talent is great. I know you will be able to do this. Find friends in there in Sunset Shimmer and use the power of friendship to stop whatever plan the sirens are enacting. We risk having them take over that world and then trying to conquer Equestria as well if we don't act fast, the princess answered. What should I know about them? Twilight asked. Come, I'll share with you what I know about them and what Starsworld himself knows, the Sun Alicorn answered, trotting rapidly away towards the castle library. Neither of the 2 saw Luna move out of her hiding spot in the throne room's shadows and create a small bat-like creature out of the same shadows with a flare of her horn. Go call Maelstrom and tell him to meet me in my room. I have a mission for him. The Moon Alicorn ordered, and gaining an obedient nod from the small creature before it flew rapidly away. 1 hour later, Luna's room. Both Alicorn Princess and Prince were standing in front of the small table in the corner of the Moon Alicorn's bedroom that had been covered in books of various sizes the mare had copied without her sister noticing. Miss Sparkle has just now passed through the mirror towards the world the Sirens have been banished to. As soon as Celestia is distracted, I want you to go through it yourself, you already know what to do. She said as soon as a new bat entered the room to rejoin her shadow. So you want me to follow Twilight in that world without being seen, you sure it will be necessary? The prince asked curious. Yes, some time ago I would have trusted the magic of the elements blindly, but my sojourn on the moon gave me time to think about their weakness as part of my plan to escape. The Moon Alicorn answered. But you. Nightmare Moon is a part of me, my son. I came to accept it and moved on when I finally defeated the darkness inside me. As I said, in my phase as Nightmare Moon I spent those 1,000 years clinically analyzing the elements and discovered their biggest flaw: they run on the power of friendship. What do you mean, Mom? I mean that while powerful, the elements of harmony are in fact too pure. In a sense, the littlest nick in the friendship between its owners and the power diminish considerably. Quite the weakness. Exactly, and Miss Twilight will be in a different world without her friends backing up the power of her own element, and it takes time to form a bond of friendship powerful enough to survive minor issues. Worse of all, those Sirens, the Dazzlings, feed on negative energy, bringing it out around themselves everywhere they go. Ah. So you fear that should Twilight find those three too soon she won't be able to have enough friendship to power the element in her, so to use it to overpower and defeat them. Yes, pretty much that is the biggest concern I have. And here is where you come up in my plan. How? As I said, I believe the elements of harmony to be powerful, but limited. Fate though presented us with another kind of magic that does not need friendship to work, but is in fact self-sustaining, thanks to your time spent in Konoha. Chakra. Yes, human magic that can be used for war, for healing, to bring peace or despair all at the same time. A power that depends solely on the singular individual instead of what is happening around him or her. I am talking about your ninja training and your personal, unconventional, way of resolving things. So I am Plan B. Pretty much, I want you to stick close to Miss Twilight and observe from afar. If you see the elements fail or take too long, intervene without leaving traces. If you are discovered, just pretend to be one of the locals. You grew up as an human once, blending in is what you can easily do. Just pretend to not know Twilight Sparkle and everything will be okay, and do not fraternize with the human females in there. Who knows what kind of hussies will you find? Mom, he said groaning. Just saying, there are plenty of well-behaved mares here in Equestria without having you flirt with some girl in there, like Miss Trixie for example. I'll pretend that I had never heard the last part. Shush, now go. I will distract my sister with some inane issues, so to distract her, go and be sure those three won't ever return here. Use every mean you deem necessary. The Moon Alicorn ordered. Yosh, as you wish, Mother Sama. The shinobi Alicorn answered in mock seriousness and striking a military pose. He. Just go, you silly fool. Luna answered giggling while gently shoving him towards the door. While we are away, I just hope your precious Dash and the others won't make a mess with Trixie, Kurama muttered sighing. I trust the girls, I know there won't be troubles, Maelstrom answered smiling. If you are sure, the nine-tailed fox muttered uncertain. Meanwhile, with Dash and AJ, Apple Family Apple Acres. AJ, Dash asked as she walked closer to her friend. Yup, she answered turning to look at her. Can we talk alone? The Pegasus asked, eyeing the barn not far away from where they were. Okay, what is it? The farm mare asked curious. Is about that Trixie. Oh, what happened? She tried something. AJ asked with narrowed eyes once both entered the barn, sure to be alone. Not yet, but is only a matter of time. Dash answered with a conspiratorial whisper. What do ya mean? Luna is teaching her, like she was the princess's version of Twilight, and I fear she is pushing Trixie closer to Maelstrom. I can't win if that mean mare has the backing of his mother. The cyan mare said between clenched teeth. Dash, the prince loves ya, and us others, even with Luna poking around, he won't leave us. AJ answered, nudging her friend with an encouraging smile. I am not afraid of him leaving me, or you. She added at the farm mare light glare at the omission. But I fear she may try to at least force us to let Trixie join the group so to at least have a mare she likes with her son. Aren't ya exaggerating now? AJ said chuckling. But what if I am right? So, Dash asked again. I don't like it, I still have to forgive that mare for tying me up. AJ muttered with narrowed eyes. Now you see what is my problem. Fluttershy would be too darn nice to push Trixie away and Twilight is away for Celestia only knows how long. Literally, this leaves only me, you and Pinky to stop Trixie from forcing herself in our little group. The Pegasus said in determination. We could try askin' Rarity for help, she too don't like the mare. I tried, but she is still sore for the whole thing about her mane. She suggested to keep her out of this so to not snap at Trixie again. Ah see, what do ya have in mind? AJ asked nodding. What about a prank war? A third voice asked amused. Eep. Both Dash and AJ shrieked in shock while looking wildly around. The great and powerful Trixie knew that following you after watching you talk with the fashion-obsessed mare would have been a good idea. She was right. As always, Trixie answered as she appeared near the other two in a theatric cloud of blue smoke. She had kept wearing her stage cloak sans the hat ever since Luna had took her in as her apprentice. What do y'all want this time? We were having a private conversation. The farm mare hissed. As I said, I am offering a way to resolve this, a prank war. The great Trixie against you two and the party maniac. If you win, the powerful Trixie will step aside and never again bother you, but if I win, then you all will step aside and leave him with me alone. Trixie offered with a smug smile. What? Dash yelled with wide eyes and furious voice. What about Fluttershy? Why she is not in the challenge? AJ asked with narrowed eyes. She was gentle enough to accept Trixie in the group already, the unicorn answered with a smug smile. What have ya done to her? The farm mare asked with narrowed eyes. We just talked, I am also, the great and very convincing Trixie, other than good at magic. The other answered innocently. Earlier that day, Fluttershy's bedroom. No please. Please don't tell him. I'll do everything you want. Fluttershy pleaded, shaking her head wildly in despair. It has such a lovely pendant, property of Prince Maelstrom. Does he know you wish him to use this on you? To force you to wear it and parade you around as his property? Trixie asked while using her magic to levitate the thick choker collar in front of Shy's face with a knowing smirk. No. The shy mare muttered while looking down in complete shame. Help Trixie win a place in this small herd of yours, and I will convince him to play along with you. The unicorn said, walking closer to her. PP play along. JJ join. Fluttershy muttered weakly. I know he won't part from you others, for some strange reason Trixie can't understand since she finds you all just so boringly plain, but I am sure he too will fall for the great charm of Trixie if given the occasion. She answered before a second object floated in front of the Pegasus' face. Do a good job convincing those other mares and I will talk him into using this too. She whispered in her ear as the riding crop gently poked her flank. Ooh. Reaching levels of shame never heard of before, Shy could only whimper in answer. And this as well, Trixie added with a feral, victorious smile as Elish too joined the other objects. Thud. The only thing the shy mare had left to do was then faint with every drop of blood in her body rushing to her cheeks to further strengthen her blushing. Trixie will take that as a yes, I will let you know once I will have dealt with the others. The unicorn said as she walked away, leaving the unconscious mare steam in the knowledge that her dirty secret had now been revealed. Back with Trixie, AJ and Dash, present time. So, are you too afraid of challenging the great Trixie? No. Dash roared in fury as she moved at an inch of the unicorn's face. No what? To the challenge? To the price to pay for your clear defeat? Or about you fearing the great Trixie? The magician mare asked teasingly. All of the above, the cyan Pegasus answered howling. The best we can accept is ya joinin' us. No. Trixie accepts the terms of the challenge, Trixie immediately answered with smugly smile. Darn it, AJ. She planned for that offer. Dash bellowed. Oh, off fell for that, the farm mare admitted ashamed. So we have a challenge, if and when Trixie will win the prank war she will be free to try and join the herd with no pony of you interfering. Trixie said, victorious. That's it. I won't let you win this, never. Dash said, glaring at the mare. Then do your best. The prank war starts now. Trixie said as she jumped out the window of the barn. Let's chase that mare, Dash. AJ said immediately as she went for the door. Splot. Kya. The farm mare shrieked as a bucket of neon yellow paint fell on her head as soon as she opened the door, painting her body completely. That's why she used the window. Dash hissed in contempt. That's the first point for Trixie, the first to reach 10 pranks wins. This means that I only have to prank you others 9 times to win. Trixie said, triumphant from few feet away. You. What Dash was about to say died in her throat as a pie fell from the sky to nail Trixie on her cheek, launching the mare to the ground covered in cherry-flavored frosting. What the? Trixie shrieked before noticing the slip of paper glued to her nose thanks to the frosting. What's this? Pinkie Pie was here. How? On the opposite side of Ponyville. 3 degrees south-southeast after the pie. Pinkie said, adjusting her military helmet and loading a giant water balloon in her infamous pink cannon. Her party cannon had been modified though. Longer barrel, wider mouth, more firepower and all-around repurposing to launch long-range pranks. This version aptly renamed Prank Y Cannon by Pinkie just for this reason. Prank in the hole. The mare yelled, pulling the cord with her mouth and shooting the water balloon towards the Apple family acres. Splash. Kya. A faraway scream faintly reached Pinkie's ears, making her smirk. That's 2. Everything is fair in love and prank war. Even intercontinental pie launching, the pink mare said, nodding in satisfaction. What will you do now, Pinkie asked aloud, smirking. Fee. A loud whistle filled the air as several shadows appeared around the mare as per Trixie's answer. Oh. Pinkie muttered with wide eyes as several dozen apples went raining on her like an hail of grenades, making her go pale-faced. Take cover. The mare yelled, running away as the rain of magically propelled apples dished out destruction everywhere, making several ponies standing too close suffer apple-related injuries in a chorus of Wilhelm screams all around her, accompanying the sounds of things getting broken by the endless stream of projectiles. Meanwhile, human world, outside Canterlot High School, with Maelstrom. The blonde stallion, now a blonde human looking like his old Naruto self, in his human form, stumbled a little in his steps as a tickling sensation in the back of his brain caught his attention. I can sense it. I am missing a massive prank war. Maelstrom said, a with far-away look in his eyes. Focus on the mission. That girl needs an excuse to near the human versions of her friends to know them better and join forces against those sirens, otherwise we'll have to step in ourselves. Kurama answered, uncaring. There is the battle of the bands. Those dazzlings talked the principal into organizing, with even a prize in money and a group of talent scouts being present to find new artists. Twilight and Sunset are already trying to talk the others into joining their band using those excuses, the shinobi answered, shrugging. Oh, I didn't notice that. The Biju answered sheepishly. You were sleeping, of course you didn't notice, the prince answered, chuckling. Fuck off. Very mature, fur ball. The blonde said, smirking, amused. Back to Ponyville, the next day. Prank War Journal, Day of Pranks 2. Dash muttered while scribbling down on her diary while keeping her surroundings in check. The plan about taking pictures of Trixie sleeping while looking like a mess and plastering them all around town has been a success. The mean mare couldn't walk a step without being pointed at by snickering ponies. She returned the favor by somehow writing a fanfiction in a few hours about me and AJ in a romantic way and spread copies of it all around town. She then wrote with a grimace. The only fun part of the whole thing for her had been when Bloom had found it and asked her sister if she was really like that with the rainbow-maned Pegasus, only to have Scootaloo join the discussion and tell AJ that she wasn't awesome enough to be with Dash, and causing both fillies to start arguing about it. Pinkie's plan about making cider rain on Trixie to get her sticky so to cover her in feathers had worked wonderfully. The problem was her countering it by spelling those same feathers to follow us around to tickle us without stop. It took 9 hours for the spell to drop. Now my throat is sore from all that laughing. Dash finished writing as she saw said show mare walk closer to where she was hidden. You can't hide forever. Trixie will have her revenge. Trixie growled as she tried once again to take away the huge blob of bubblegum stuck in her mane. You asked for a prank war. I just answered. the rainbow-maned Pegasus said while lying on a near cloud while glaring at her. Then it's only fair for trying to answer in kind. The mare muttered darkly as her horn lighted up. Eep! The cyan Pegasus shrieked as the cloud she was standing on came to life to swallow and chew her several times before spitting her down to the ground in a heap and falling feathers. You liked, little hayseed? Trixie asked smugly. Graw-ah! Dash roared, pouncing on the unicorn and grabbing only a plume of bluish smoke. That's it. I'll make ya beg for mercy. She growled, flying up in the sky once again to look for the mare. Not too far away, with AJ and Pinky. Do ya see her? The farm mare asked while scanning the area. Nope, but I am ready to catch her. The pink pony answered while adjusting the hunter's hat on her head and the strange apparatus strapped to her back. What's that thing? My portable, Pinky pulled. It shots everything I load in the basket like a catapult. I made it myself, do you like? The mare answered, giggling. As long as it works. AJ answered, shrugging. It was in that moment that a near tree bent down to grab AJ and dip her in pot of tar it somehow had hidden in its branches and then release her. AGK. What's this? The mare yelled with an high-pitched voice. The first part of my attack, and this is the rest. Trixie answered as her horn turned the leaves of the same plant into feathers she then dropped on the farm mare. PFEH. Catch her. Spitting out the feathers stuck in her mouth, AJ jumped forward trying to catch the hidden unicorn in one of the bushes, only managing to add leaves to her body paint. Pinky pulled. Fire. Pinky yelled in answer. Fire. She said again to no results until she noticed the lack of weight on her back and looked down. Oh. The pink mare muttered in surprise at seeing herself standing inside the basket of her portable catapult with Trixie holding the trigger with her magic. Trixie pulled. The unicorn said with a feral smirk. Mercy. No, the right word is fire. The other answered, pulling the trigger. Twomp. Kaya. The pink pony shrieked as she flew all the way back to Ponyville Town Square and in a similar pit of tar and feathers. Always plan ahead, that's why Trixie's show are always so well appreciated. I prepare everything in advance. The show mare said, puffing out her chest. Incoming. Dash screamed as she went in a nosedive to drop several balloons filled with paint on Trixie's head, making her shriek in surprise. Of course you realize this means war. The mare, now dropping purple paint in waves, growled with fiery rage burning in her eyes. I hope Twilight will be back soon. I fear Ponyville won't survive long if those four are left alone unchecked. Spike muttered, worried as he and Rarity barely managed to enter the unicorn's boutique unscathed to barricade themselves in. Me too. Rarity answered as the screams of rage of the four mares kept echoing inside as always more vicious pranks went dished out without pause. Canterlot High School, Human World, several days later. In the backstage of the Battle of the Bands held in the school there was fervent movement as every student taking part prepared, revised or just went into panic about their performance as their names went slowly called to exhibit. The only calm ones were three girls that had joined the high school just in time to take part to the event, thing that those three themselves had convinced the principal and everyone else to organize actually. Although not even Adagio Dazzle, Aria Blaze and Sonata Dusk, just like everybody else, seemed to notice another shadow definitely not belonging to a student lurking around, keeping everything under control with its lively eyes. Remember girls, we want to save the good stuff for when our full power has been restored. Adagio said, smirking while toying with the red gem on the front of her dress. Hoo-ah, Sonata hummed, nodding with an happy smile. Dazzlings, it's your turn now. Let's go. Aria prompted, making her sisters take position on the stage with her. As the curtains opened, the three girls walked forward and towards the audience with confident steps and charming smiles on their faces, focusing all their essence on their voices as they started to sing. Oh whoa oh. Oh whoa oh. You didn't know that you fell. Oh whoa oh. Oh whoa oh. Now that you are under our spell. Adagio sang, smirking smugly. Meanwhile, backstage. The same shadow that was looming above the audio system behind the scenes gained a devious smirk as its hand crept oh so voluntarily slow towards the controls as its owner giggled in a very childish way as soon as its hand grabbed one of the dials. Listen to the sound of my voice, Adagio kept signing until her voice gained several octaves until it reached chipmunk levels of shrillness, making her stop dead in her singing. What? The girl shrieked, looking at the microphone. Don't worry, dear. We will check the microphone for glitches so you'll be able to sing again from the beginning. Principal Celestia said with a gentle smile while discreetly shoving her elbow in Vice Principal Luna's side to stop her barely restrained snorts of amusement. Thank you. Adagio said, grateful and wincing when her voice now dropped to a low baritone that made the whole stage tremble. Someone played with the thing. It's all okay now, the janitor said, giving a thumbs up to the girls on stage. Good. Ready, girls? Adagio said, taking a deep breath. Yeah, let's get this over with, Aria answered with an huff. With the mysterious figure. Who? That was a good start, but I think the music needs a certain something that will definitely help them give the thing a very powerful impact. The figure said, preparing a recorded track chosen just for the occasion. As soon as you talked about Battle of Bands, TV, popularity and negative energy, I got what you three were planning, so I prepared this. Can't let the dazzlings going around creating havoc now, do we? Who are you? Twilight asked, curious, making the figure snap around to look at her. Oh, me. Got curious and sneaked inside to listen to some good music. You two are one of the contestants. Maelstrom answered with an innocent smile. I am, but I feel like I have already met you before though. The girl answered, getting defensive. Hoi, hoi, I am not going to eat ya. Don't worry, I am a good guy. But you were trafficking with the audio, you are the one that had Adagio get that voice. Human, Twilight said, shocked. Quote. Guilty. Can't let them rack up too much popularity. Of all people, those three are the very last that should get adored in any way. Maelstrom answered, chuckling. I don't like when they sing either. It makes me feel uncomfortable. The girl admitted, trying to sound as believable as possible while keeping her eyes on his every move. Hoo. You wouldn't be the only one, Missy. That's why I took countermeasures. The blonde shinobi said, laughing. What have you done to their song? She asked with narrowed eyes. She had recognized his face immediately, but she wasn't sure if this world's version of him was as good as the one she knew in Equestria. Never heard of the brown note, he answered, grinning. Brown? No, you didn't. Twilight gasped, shocked. What's that? Fluttershy asked, confused, as she and the others joined the girl. The brown note is a hypothetical infrasonic frequency that would in theory cause humans to lose control of their bowels due to resonance. Attempts to demonstrate the existence of a brown note using sound waves transmitted through air have failed up until now though. Twilight answered, nervous. High-power sound waves below 20 Hz are felt in the body, not heard by the ears, and if I am the one using it, the brown note is definitely going to work. Took to a friend of mine just 2 days to create a working version for me to use in my pranks, and it has never failed me when I was a kid. Now I suggest you others to find an alibi before people sees you back here with me. Maelstrom answered, chuckling. Run, we have to stay away from the amplifiers. Twilight yelled in horror as she pushed her friends away. Good girl. And now, the great finale for the Dazzlings is due in 3, 2, 1. 0. The young man said, walking away and counting down until the timed stereo with the special note came to life, adding its near-silent extra to the song coming out from the amplifiers right behind Adagio and the other two, making Twilight's dog whine and the windows rattle by themselves as an added result. Key soon followed by the dazzling scream of horror that did make the windows explode thanks to the volume their voices reached. Ah. This is music to my ears of prankster. WHO did this. Sonata shrieked as the three girls ran away in shame from the laughs of everybody present. Whoever did this will pay. Adagio growled in answer. You foo. Do you think Princess Celestia will like to hear about you three trying to take over the human world? I think not. Maelstrom said, amused, making the Dazzling's head snap upward to look at him. You did that. Aria stuttered in blind rage. I had the three of you shit yourselves in front of everybody in school and the cameras of the local TV so to destroy your image of perfection and stop you from gaining too much power over the school. Yes I did. I didn't want to wait for the magic of friendship to wake up and risk putting my friends in danger. he answered as he stood with his back pressed against the wall with his knees bent and the plant of his feet solidly glued to the wall. At several feet from the floor. You are. Who are you? How can you do that? Adagio asked with narrowed eyes. I am a shinobi, a ninja. Sent here by my mother Princess Luna to check on you, so I basically became your second shadow as soon as I arrived, and once heard you talk about using this battle of the bands to absorb negative energy and take over this world, well, I had to intervene. He answered. Your mother, Princess Luna is. You are Maelstrom Knight, Sonata said with wide eyes. Do I know you? The humanized alicorn prince asked curious. You don't remember. Arya said in shock before melting into an hurtful expression. I know for certain it was that guy. Starswirly or something, to send you here, nothing else. He answered shrugging. Before that, you don't remember what happened before we were banished. You don't remember your meeting us. Adagio asked growling. Nope. Got my memories as a pony erased and recovered only part of them thanks to my mother and aunt once I returned from being transformed into an human myself. The prince answered uninterested. Luna did it on purpose together with Celestia. They stopped you from remembering. Adagio roared furious. Well, I would love to stay and listen how many sins you think my mother and aunt are culprit of towards you, but I have a girlfriend to meet and spend time with. Maelstrom answered, getting up to stand horizontally on the wall to stretch his legs. Girlfriend, Arya screeched in answer. Yep, in truth. Hoo. I got myself in quite the situation. I have a group of mares passing me around as their shared propriety. Don't ask how it happened, I don't get it myself. The blonde answered amused. Group, passed around, Sonata repeated shocked. Yep, the elements of harmony, minus generosity. One is even Aunt Celestia's own student. He replied as he moved behind them in the blink of an eye while looking closer at the 3 red gems in his hand he removed from their clothes before pocketing them. No. No. You can't have forgotten us. You can't have no memories of me. Adagio said, grabbing his shoulders and showing him her wide scared eyes. Please let me go, the prince asked disturbed. I kind of don't like that look in her eyes. Kurama said, worried while stepping back a little himself even if still in the seal. It's me, Adagio, the girl said, shaking him. Yes. He doesn't remember. Nothing, Arya said with a whimper. I'll be going, but nice song all the same. Even if that brainwashing thing kind of ruined it for me. You have great voices, the blonde said as he slowly walked away with a gentle smile on his face. We are not crazy, we really know each other, Sonata said immediately. Sure, I'll be back in Canterlot in the meantime, okay. The prince said, moving to sprint away. Wait, Adagio yelled immediately. What? He asked, stopping. We met when you were a colt, Pegasus, very reddish rust red fur and blonde mane, so spiky, to seem like being a mass of needles. You enjoyed playing tag and hiding in the lavender bushes of the royal gardens and following the guards around trying to mimic their marching, a couple even jokingly taught you. Arya answered. Your father was Fierce Storm, a captain, he often brought you to watch the cadets drill even if it was something your mother hated because she thought it was dangerous. Sonata added with her tone getting momentarily bitter when talking about the Alicorn princess. You liked to listen to us singing, without our magic behind it, not that at the time we knew how to channel magic through our voices, we were barely 1 or 2 years older than you. Adagio said, looking at him in the eyes. Exact match, somehow they are telling the truth. Apparently you do know each other, but in the memories we got from Celestia and Luna there is still no mentioning of them for some reason. Kurama said from the seal with a confused expression. Then why I have no memories of you 3? Why wouldn't Celestia or Luna tell me I already knew you? The prince asked. I bet you know we tried to take over Equestria. Arya answered, sneering. Yes. We may have tried to take you with us when Starswirl was about to banish us. Adagio admitted with a nervous smile. What? At the time we had grew up quite possessive of you. Arya added sheepishly. Possessive, in a yandere way, Maelstrom repeated with wide eyes. Yes, we were violently possessive like a yandere. Sonata answered. What? I like anime. The girl replied, shrugging at the other's surprised looks. Whatever. Listen, I will ask Luna the truth and then take this decision about believing you by myself without bias, but I must say that trying to take over the world is not making you win any points since I usually fight against those people. The prince answered. But even if you believe us, there is no way that you will try talk them into making us return to Equestria, right? Arya asked, sighing. I am sorry. Your power is too dangerous and you just tried to take over this place with it. I just can't. He answered, shaking his head with a sad expression. It's okay. It's okay. Adagio answered as the three walked away in silence. We'll just leave, I guess. Arya added, waving him off with a blank expression. Bye. Sonata said, sighing while waving at him. You did the right thing denying them a way to return. They did too many bad things to be forgiven that easily. Maybe one day you can try talk with them again and see if things change. Kurama offered. Maybe one day. The prince answered, sighing before disappearing in a shunshin. Outside the school. It was after watching the three dazzlings leave the school in shame accompanied by the laughs of everyone that Twilight decided to go back to Equestria herself. I'll keep things under control. If they try something again I will let you know immediately. Sunset Shimmer said. We got lucky, whoever that guy was, he involuntarily stopped them. We would have got troubles facing them without the magic of friendship. Twilight answered, sighing. Especially with us arguing, Sunset added. Sorry. It was not only your fault, Twee, we all had a part in the whole mess. Human Dash said, grabbing her shoulder and flashing a reassuring smile. We learned our lesson, dear. So be sure to come back sooner so we will be able to show you what to do around town to have fun with some friends, Human Rarity added. Yup, there are lots of fun things we can do together. Human Pinky said, grinning with Human AJ and Shy nodding behind her. See, it's all okay. Now go back and become a princess yourself so I'll be able to brag about knowing one personally. Sunset Shimmer said, hugging the transformed unicorn. You think I will be able? Twilight asked. Someone like you. You have it written all over your face. Princess Twilight. You have to admit it has a nice ring to it. Sunset said, smirking. Maybe one day. Twilight answered, waving goodbye at her new friends before leaving the school ground. Few minutes later, streets of the human world. Several minutes of walking later, she stepped in a deserted alley and moved her hands to her hips while tapping her foot on the floor with an annoyed expression. Come out. I am waiting for an explanation, Maelstrom. Twilight said, huffing. I know you are the Alicorn Prince and not the version of this world. I saw you walking on the wall while talking with the Siren sisters. Sorry. The prince muttered sheepishly as he walked out of the shadows near her. Why you are here? Twilight asked with narrowed eyes. Luna Causon wanted to have a plan B against the dazzlings in case the elements failed to activate before it was too late. The Alicorn shinobi answered, looking down. So you are here on her orders. Just like you were on Celestia's. He answered in discomfort. Sigh. I am not angry at you, but at Princess Luna for not trusting me. Twilight answered, moving closer to him. She doesn't trust the elements, she respects your mind and achievements, but she recognizes the limits to the elements' power for their requiring friendship to work properly. What now? The girl asked, curious. I had clear instructions to not be discovered by you, but I still have a great deal of money of my mission funds, and a cute girl I know with no one else around to interrupt us right in front of me. We could go on a date, is it feasible? He proposed with a small smile. A date? Twilight asked, surprised. I know you others made a schedule about this. Yesterday I was with AJ and tomorrow I'll have a date with Fluttershy. Today was supposed to be your turn, so to speak. So it thought. You sure? We are supposed to return to Equestria as soon as our respective mission was over. The girl answered, uncertain. We have done with the dazzlings. You can always justify this with you being curious about this world and I with keeping you safe from afar. At least you'll have the full human experience with someone you know. Only if you want, of course. He answered with a nervous smile. It sounds intriguing. She answered with a soft laugh while latching to his arm with both of hers like she had seen other human couples do. So, show me around, I want the full experience. She then asked, kissing his cheek. With pleasure, Maelstrom answered, smirking widely as both walked towards the nearest park. I wonder though, will the girls be okay? What if Dash and Trixie starts arguing? She muttered. Come on, Twee, you and Kurama should have some faith. What's the worst thing that would happen if we are not around? He asked back, laughing. The next day, Ponyville, Dash and Gilda's apartment. What do you mean they got arrested? Both Twilight and Maelstrom yelled as one. Stop screaming, Gilda yelled back while covering her ears in agony. Tell me, what happened now? Twilight asked again with narrowed eyes. Like, hey, I know. I was in Cloudsdale the whole week, and when I got back half Ponyville was in ruins with pies splattered everywhere, unconscious ponies with apple-shaped bruises littering the streets moaning in agony, and 3 whole squads of soldiers trying to keep AJ, Dash and the Trixie mare apart. It was that uptight unicorn friend of yours Rarity to tell me some details. Apparently it all started with a prank war that then turned violent. When I jumped in to help the guards, I saw Dash bite down on Trixie's horn and the girl doing the same to one of Dee's wings before they got separated. Now the 3 of them are under arrest in one of the guards' barracks while the Pink Party maniac has been carted to the hospital. Pinky's in the hospital. Why? Maelstrom asked, worried. She pretended to clean up everything by eating the wasted pies and got an indigestion, nothing serious. The Griffin answered, waving his concerns off. For the love of harmony. Does this mean that I can't leave them alone, not even for a couple of days? How did they manage before we met? The purple unicorn screamed in anger. Sigh. Do you want me to bail them out? The alicorn shinobi asked, sighing in defeat. Can you? They will pay you back once finished repairing and cleaning up everything, as a punishment. Twilight answered, shaking her head. You do know that it won't work, right? He answered, groaning. I know, but I still believe in miracles. She said in defeat. Come, I'll take you there so you will be able to pay their release and then chew their heads off, Gilda added as she walked towards the door. Told you, I knew this would have happened. Kurama said, smirking. Shut up, furball. Maelstrom answered, growling. What? Twilight asked. Kurama is being a smart flank, saying that he knew this would have happened. Can he hear me? The unicorn asked. Yeah, go ahead, he answered. Shut up, furball. The mare growled in anger. A match made in heaven. The Biju said, greatly amused. Bastard. The alicorn shinobi muttered in dismay. Guards barracks, prison cell. The 3 mares were sitting at the 2 opposite sides of the small cage, AJ and Dash huddling together and randomly throwing glances at Trixie as if to check she was not trying something, while the unicorn was lost in her own thoughts and so ignoring the 2. Way to go. This would have been my ticket to join and try to win him over, and I bucked it. Trixie thought, sighing sadly. My darn competitive streak had to kick in and ruin my chance. The great and powerful Trixie. I need to remember that I can do that only on the stage, not in real life too. She actually jumped when she saw the guards move to open the door to glare at the 3. Come out, girls. Your friend paid the fee, feel lucky he had enough money to bail your sorry flanks out, but do not try all that again or no money and royal blood will help ya. Now leave my cage. The unicorn captain growled. You have a lot to explain. Twilight hissed as she and Maelstrom walked inside the cell. She started it. Dash and AJ yelled while pointing at Trixie, expecting her to do the same. I did. I went overboard because I hate to lose. The mare answered meekly and surprising the others. Sigh. Are you at least sorry? The prince asked. I am. I just wanted a chance with you and blew it. Trixie answered, looking down. Why? AJ asked. He is gentle. He defended me from you others when you overreacted at my show. Mare sighed. Thanks to him and his mother I finally have a teacher to learn magic from and somebody to compare notes with that likes when I help him if he doesn't get something. He even showed me around Canterlot. I may have treated it as a date, to be honest. I hope you don't mind. She answered. No offense taken. The alicorn answered, smiling gently. You 2 are angry with us? Dash asked, sad. Yep, but mostly because I was not invited to the prank war. He answered, moving closer to nuzzle her and ignoring Twilight's huffing in disapproval. Let's go home, the purple unicorn said, sighing in defeat. They overdid, Missy. But I think they learned the lesson. The unicorn captain answered, making her roll her eyes. But I can't rein them if he acts like that, she replied, walking away with a new huff. You coming, Trixie? Maelstrom asked. Me too. Who? Then wait for me, she answered, running to walk next to him. Too close. Dash hissed. Stuff it, feather brain. The unicorn answered with narrowed eyes. Trixie mean. Dash answered, sticking out her tongue. Full. Overgrown filly. Can we leave him in there, Sugar Cube? AJ asked with a whisper. Don't tempt me, AJ. The prince answered, groaning. The rivalry between Dash and Trixie was not over apparently. The prince and the other girls could only pray that things will soon reach a solution soon before a new war between the two erupted. Omake 1, Twilight Sparkle and the Complete Human Experience. Sugarcube Corner, the day after Twilight's return from her mission. In a corner of the small local, the element bearers were calmly sitting at an isolated table, 5 of the mares present looking intently at Twilight with various degrees of displeasure, annoyance or in Dash, case outright anger, making the purple unicorn shrink a little in her seat in discomfort. So you went into another world of humans, alone, with Maelstrom? Dash asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, he had been asked to stay hidden and help me only if needed, but in the end we kind of used it as an excuse to have a date once everything was done. He wanted me to have the full experience of being human. Twilight answered, looking down and failing to hide her blushing fit. And Pinky asked, curious. It was interesting, very interesting. Canterlot high, in the meantime. Dash, take a look at this. It's Twilight. Human, Pinky said, shocked. Wait, why are you looking at an adult site on your phone? Human Dash asked in confusion. This is not important. Look. That's Twilight and that blonde guy from the Battle of the Bands. I don't see where is the problem. He looks nice though, lucky girl. Dash said bitterly. Keep looking. It was then that Twilight squealed as the blonde tackled her in an isolated alley, forcing the one recording to drop his filming of his friends to instead follow both. Come on, not here, Twilight said, giggling as the other kept kissing and suckling on her neck. You wanted the full experience, right? You told me so, Maelstrom said, grinning as his hand moved under her shirt. Aha, the girl moaned while her hand darted inside his pants. No way, Human Dash said, gasping and somehow finding the scene irritating. It feels different, Twilight moaned as her hand kept clearly going up and down inside his pants. This is only the beginning, he answered, lifting her shirt to directly attack her breast with his mouth. What are ya watching? Human AJ asked, curious. Nothing, Human Pinky said, smiling nervously and covering the scowling Dash with her body. Are ya sure? Ya seem. Oh, goodness, yees. In that moment Twilight's moans blared from the phone in tandem with Dash, furious growl. The rainbow-haired girl had clearly moved the video forward and now it was showing the blonde teen lifting Twilight up in the air to slam her back against the wall and move her legs to lie them on his shoulders so to freely power pound her to oblivion while proudly wearing her panties on his head like a bandana. That's Twilight, AJ yelled in disbelief. AHA, FCK me hard, master. The girl in the video bellowed in lust as her partner gained even more speed while wildly kissing her with their tongues sloppily licking each other. I don't know where she has found him. Human Dash hissed as the phone broke in half in her hands with how hard she clenched it. Hey, that was new, Human Pinky yelled. But for some reason the idea of her doing that with him makes me mad. She and I will have a LOOONG talk next time she comes here. The girl said darkly. Dashy, I wanted to finish the series. That was only the first of 15. The pink-haired girl said, whining while cradling her broken phone to her chest. What do you mean that the video was just 1 out of 15? Dash shrieked at the top of her lungs. Well, it's a series. Lovers in the alley, lovers in the park, lovers at the swimming pool, lovers on the swing, and so on. I wanted to see what else they were about to do. Lovers on the swing, AJ asked, confused. He pushes her forward through pelvic thrusts and then she comes back slamming on his. Pinky started answering before an inhuman growl eclipsed her words. Quadruple A arg. Unable to hear any more, simply ran away covering her ears. Should I tell her that there is also a Season 2 feat where they get really kinky? No Pinky, you better not too. AJ answered blushing. Back in Ponyville. You had sex with him while looking like an human. Shrieked in both fury and disbelief. It was a strange way of losing my virginity, but it felt so different, so alien. So hot. Twilight answered with her voice slowly dropping until it got to a low husky tone accompanied by violent shivers of delight. Twilight. Bellowed, giving chase to her friend. Kaya. Come back here. Come here and face me. You'll pay for this. The Pegasus mare yelled, and soon both disappeared from view with every pony of Ponyville following their mad run with confused expressions on their faces. Omake 2 Nightmare Moon tortures Princess Luna. Canterlot Castle, Celestia's bedroom. Celestia was helplessly looking as her dear sister devoured one after another boxes of ice cream with an expression on her face that was a mixture of anxiety, horror, and disbelief, and with a dash of shame added to it for good measure. Can you tell me what's happening, sister? It has been a while since you last came here looking for help while devouring every form of sugar in the castle. Please tell me what is tormenting you, maybe I can help. The Sun Alicorn asked pleadingly. I am worried, sister. There is this clawed beast tearing down my soul and eating my mind and heart, and I don't know how to stop it. Luna said in despair while throwing away the empty box of ice cream in front of her before summoning a new one and tear it open with a bite. You are worried. About what? Celestia asked, moving closer to cover her sister's back with her wing as a form of hug. Everything started with my son deciding to learn how to control his nightmare form so to use it whenever he wants in battle or in case of emergency. Luna answered, sighing between spoonfuls of chocolate. That in itself is not a good news, but you don't seem preoccupied for that. Then what does it have to do with you? That is not the problem. Not only that, to be honest. It's mostly about me and Nightmare Moon actually. It is. Then what is worrying you? Nightmare Moon is once again trying to return. Celestia asked, shocked. Not that. Ever since I faced her at those falls of truth she had been quiet, but now I can feel her stir awake whenever I feel Maelstrom's nightmare aura flare because of his training in that. The Moon Princess answered, looking in a faraway point outside the window. She stirs awake. You don't mean? Celestia gasped with wide eyes. Nightmare Moon is still trying to force herself on him. It's disgusting. I can't watch my son train and then start wondering how his sweat would taste while licking it off his chest, or if I can make his training more interesting. It's wrong and dirty, Luna said, shuddering. Oh, my God, a new voice said slowly from the door. Maelstrom, this is not what it looks like. Luna said, horrified at seeing her green-faced son slowly backing away with an horrified expression. I'll be showering if you need me, please don't need me. The Alicorn Prince pleaded with a new shudder shaking his body before literally running away. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God, he heard me say those things. And now Nightmare Moon is insisting in having me joining him under the shower. Luna said with an horrified whine. Kaya. Why does he have to have ears that sensible? The Moon Princess shrieked in answer to her son's horrified scream. Sister, please help me. I need, sister. The Alicorn of the night pleaded, turning towards her sister only to see empty space where she should have been. Oh, no, she didn't. She growled with narrowed eyes at seeing the door still open and the end of Celestia's tail disappear around the corner as she tried to stealthily leave the room. Celestia. Luna bellowed, launching herself into a mad run to chase and stop her beloved sister. If only Nightmare Moon could stop trying to pass it as the Moon Alicorn protecting her stallion from the dirty clutches of her rival. That would be even better. Canterlot, streets. A nondescript mare with brownish mane and white fur was calmly walking through the streets with a thoughtful expression on her face, sometimes scrunching her nose into worry whenever her thoughts turned darker, before she forcefully brightened them to not succumb to despair. No one would think that the normal everyday mare they were walking past was in truth Princess Luna, hidden under a thick layer of illusory magic, walking in complete anonymity towards the shop of one of the few real friends, Reed, that would not use their being her friends to gain something, to seek comfort and a friendly shoulder to whine on. Hello, how can I help you, dear? A young unicorn mare with frizzy black mane and red-rimmed glasses asked with a thin accent and a wide smile as soon as the masked Luna entered the shop. Is Luz free? Luna asked sighing. I am here, Kara. And dear me, you need a miracle for those tousled hair you call a mane. Totally unrefined. A new voice answered jokingly, this time a white-furred unicorn stallion with slicked-back black mane adorned by a single fringe tinted in crimson red that was instead left hanging forward to cover his right eye. Kara, Italian for darling. I need a friendly hoof to fix this mess and other things. I have an appointment, named Sweet Moon. Luna answered with narrowed eyes. Oh, come with me then, Luz answered with his eyes slightly widening. Lucky. Silver. I will be in the VIP room. This needs my full attention, so do not disturb me unless it's a life or death thing. The stallion yelled at the other side of the room. Yes, boss. A duo of unicorn twins answered as one while still working on their respective customers. Life or death? You mean something like the actor Stronghorn coming here? Luna asked jokingly. Oomph. That hunk will come here one of these days. It's only a matter of time. I'll give him another week, then I will resort to drastic measures to help him decide. Luz answered with an haughty huff as the two walked towards the back of the shop. Like what? Burning down every other main styling shop in Canterlot and near area. Luna said, giggling. That is not a bad idea actually, Kara. Now, please tell me what brings the most fabulous queen of the night in my humble shop. Luz answered, smirking as he sealed the door shut and watching Luna drop her illusion to sit on one of the comfy-looking chairs. It's Princess, Luz, not Queen. The alicorn corrected while sighing in delight as her favorite brand of shampoo rapidly turned her mane in a fluffy cloud of foam under the expert and gentle guidance of Luz's magic. Yeah, you others call it like that, but I still say that, Queen, suits you better, Luna. Una Regina. He answered while studying the mare's hooves with a calculative glaze. A queen, it. Smedila, idiota. Luna answered laughing. Stop it, idiot. Oh some pony is learning Natalian, why if I can ask? Luz asked with a mischievous smirk. Luz D'Angelo. You were the first one I befriended after my return, and I know that even after years here in Canterlot you still tend to go into ramblings in your mother tongue. I need to be sure you are not insulting me. The princess answered in mock seriousness. I would never insult a friend, and you know why I still ramble. Papa never understood my love for mane styling or the fact that I prefer stallions to mares, nor that my sister Piuma's preference for mares to stallions was openly accepted either. Coming here to open our own shop was the only solution. Princess Celestia never seemed to mind as long as we both actually love our companions and were sincere about our tastes. Even if I still have to find the perfect pony. The unicorn answered, sighing as a comb was now passing through the still wet and lavender-scented mane of Luna. You have to admit that for a stallion as religiously devoted as your father, seeing his two children prefer ponies of their own gender would have been quite a shock. You were supposed to be the heirs of the D'Angelo estate. The translated names of the brothers Luz D'Angelo and Piuma D'Angelo are Angel's Light and Angel's Feather. Ha ha ha. You talk as if we were rich or something. The estate is a mere house in the countryside, while my father was just a bigoted employee in a vineyard that hoped I would have married his boss's daughter, you know, Soldi and all that stuff. I just embellished my life to attract more ponies when I moved here. Soldi, money, the other answered with an uncaring shrug. And yet, here you are. Owner of a mane styling shop famous enough to force mares and stallions from all Canterlot to wait 3 months for an appointment. Luna answered laughing. And me and my sister take great pleasure in remembering our father, just that at every birthday of his in our letter, my hope is that by now he has pulled off every hair on his head in rage. Luz answered, smirking. You meanie, she said, shaking her head. Okay, now that we need to wait for my homemade, look at me, you silly stallions, and wish I would date one of you losers while polishing your horns by yourselves, balsam to work its magic on your mane. Tell me what brings you here. I know that it was not only my fabulous persona the reason you came without an actual appointment, but using our secret password and an illusion. Luz asked as he dragged a chair closer to Luna before summoning in a flash of his horn tea and pastries from his secret stash. It's about the element bearers. Luna answered, sighing while taking a long sip from her mug. Yoo-ahoo. I would love to put my hooves on a couple of them. Your sister's student and that shite Pegasus of her friend especially. I happened to see them at the Grand Galloping Gala and I have to say it. There was so much potential in them that was so totally untouched. Luz said smirking. They awakened your artistic side. The alicorn asked smirking. Yep, so, what have they done to stress you this much? Your mane is always a step close from being perfect and as of late I saw so many split hair that weren't there before. What happened? They, the princess said with watering eyes. Yes. Rainbow deflowered my baby and the others planned to do the same. Wah, she bellowed before catching Luz in a crushing hug of despair. Air, lungs, collapsing. I can see my grandpa behind and huge golden gate between the clouds. And light, so much light. The unicorn gasped while his face slowly turned blue from lack of oxygen. Stop joking. This is a serious matter. Luna said snarling. So young Maelstrom is no longer virgin. I can't see where is the problem, he is no longer a cult. The other answered while catching his breath. The other elements are planning to have their way with him as well. Kara, no offense, but I don't think he would be able to do it with all of them at once, alicorn or not. We are talking about 5 mares here. Luz said slowly. And I remember you that he can create physical copies of himself. Luna answered bitterly. Oh, say, are you sure he is really into mares? The main stylist asked innocently. Luz. Just kidding, but what am I supposed to do? The only member of the element bearers not romantically involved with my son is Rarity Bell, the element of generosity. Do you know her? Yuahu. I think I heard something about her. She is the owner of a small boutique in Ponyville, am I right? Luz answered. Your gossip network is still as widespread as I hoped, good. Luna said pleased. Hey, just because I am a main stylist and stallion sexual it doesn't mean that I always gossip about everything. Luz said greatly offended. In answer the princess just looked at him intently with narrowed eyes. Oh okay. Maybe I do exchange a comment or two with my sister and the others after my customers leave my shop. But not always. The mare's eyes narrowed further. Okay. In my case is not a cliché or a stereotype since I do gossip a lot. Happy. The stallion admitted huffing. Very much so. As I said, Miss Rarity is the sister figure of Maelstrom and the friendly ear of the elements fawning over him. So I need you to crack her head open and tell me everything she knows. Luna said with a cold tone. Ah, you are asking me something difficult, she is both a gossiper like me and a dear friend of them. Ponies like us that made of gossip and art know how to not share trivia whenever we want to keep a secret. Luz said taking in an hissing breath of surprise. That's why I asked you, you have your unmatched silver tongue and wit. And that, Luna said motioning her head towards an hidden cabinet closed by heavy chains. Why you are not asking me to use my, heaven's shampoo, right? Your sister in person prohibited me. It's too relaxing, too powerful, Luz said shocked. I know it is, that's why I want you to use it. Your special blend, so relaxing to even have veteran spies and soldiers crumble in bliss and become putty in your hooves. I want you to use it on Rarity Bell for me. Undiluted. Ah, holy mother of the first stallion. Luz yelled in pure fear, jumping away from Luna while moving in hoof through the sign of the cross, and muttering prayers by the dozen. What's wrong? You don't want to help your friend. Your dear friend Luna? Luna asked stalking closer to the scared main stylist. Begone foul temptress. Luz whimpered as the princess moved closer forcing him to press his back against the wall. Rarity Bell is the only thing that is keeping me from protecting my son's virtue from further corruption. And I need your help to know what she knows. Help me, Luz. Help your dear friend Luna. The alicorn whispered in the stallion's ear making him gulp loudly. I know you want to use it, I know you are proud of your homemade shampoo and wish to show it off to every pony and be adored for its quality and divine scent. She added with an hot whisper. What do I get in exchange? Luz said with a weak tone as he finally succumbed to temptation. I'll personally make sure you'll get the due permissions to enlarge your shop. You will finally get the spa area you always dreamed to add to this establishment. Luna whispered nuzzling her friend. ASS spa, WW with sauna and massages. He said whimpering. Yes, And beauty masks and jacuzzis too. You just have to help me," she added while gently blowing in his ear. "Aha. B beauty M masks. J jacuzzi," he muttered with a moan as his eyes rolled on the back of his head. "Think about all the high-class mares that will come here, about all the actors and VIP stallions that will throw themselves at your hopes to get an appointment, all yours. Just say yes and I will turn your dreams into reality." Okay, I accept," Luz finally said in defeat. "Yay, thank you. I knew I would have been able to count on you," Luna gushed happily while hugging her friend. "I have sold my soul to the devil for a sauna," the unicorn said sighing. "No, you are helping a friend and a mother to keep her son safe. Please don't be sad," Luna said nudging him. "I still feel dirty. I'll take the full blame if we are discovered, better," she proposed. "Just do not exaggerate with your retribution to them, please. I'll be gentle, I promise. So, can you free a slot for Rarity Bell tomorrow in the morning? I want to start immediately," Luna asked. "Tomorrow morning? I'll have to switch Madame Rosiehove's appointment with Rocky Bottom and have Lucky and Silver take care of Miss Testarossa, Redhead, for me. But it's feasible," Luz answered with a thinking pose. "Wonderful. And don't worry, even should you somehow fail, I'll still help you at the spa. I'll hold you on that. Now get back on that seat so I can finish my job, you dirty mare. Where is your son now anyway? We need him away and occupied just in case," he answered huffing. "I'll be sure to keep him distracted the whole day tomorrow. As for now he is back in his home village as he wanted to show it to Rainbow Dash. I just hope she won't use the occasion as an excuse to put her dirty hooves on him again." "Ow, come on, Kara. Do not jump immediately to the wrong conclusions. Your baby stallion is not that dirty," Luz answered laughing. Meanwhile, elemental countries, woods around Konoha. He was that dirty, he was enough to catch the glint in the now human eyes of Dash, still sporting rainbow-colored hair in an hairstyle remembering him the counterpart he met when dealing with the Dazzlings, and letting her grab his wrist to drag him in a more isolated area, and he was even dirty enough to follow her wish to try doing it as humans. Oh, Celestia. And there they were doing it, over and over and over again. "You asked for it, Dashi. So, do you like?" the prince asked, lifting her legs so to let her even more open for him to go deeper. Oh, it feels so different." Dash howled in bliss as her face went pressed against the bark of the tree she was hugging for dear life while her boyfriend kept trying rearranging her organs through wild thrusts behind her. "I am gonna, UUUNGH," he replied, stopping his movement to reach forward and grab the girl's newly developed breasts in an iron grip while letting loose his climax. "Oh." Dash moaned loudly as both fell down to the floor with him still inside and on top of her. Oh, God, no. No. A new voice said in disgust. Hello, Temp. Maelstrom said while still shivering in pleasure. "Oh, for the love of the log. I was training my Sharingan down there. Aargh. Sasuke shrieked while covering his eyes in disgust. What does it mean?" Dash asked, panting. "His eyes just burned in his memory, the two of us going at it," the prince answered, chuckling. "And my brain is now trying to superimpose your bodies as ponies to it. I need a Yamanaka, eye bleach, alcohol, something," the Uchiha heir said between gagging fits. "Stop being a drama queen, Temp. As if we were doing anything wrong," Maelstrom said as he and Dash got up to fix their clothes. "It is very wrong from my point of view. And for fuck's sake zip your pants up. I don't want to see your junk," Sasuke answered, looking away again. "Zeep, sorry," the other answered sheepishly. "So, you came here for something else other than traumatize me?" Sasuke asked. Dash said she wanted to see Konoha. "Since the last time we were here we have moved directly to Kumo for accompanying Luna Kasen to the Falls of Truth and never actually came here. So, do you want to help me play tour guide?" Maelstrom answered, smirking. "See Konoha. Is that why she is dressed in a jumpsuit identical to yours but with cyan instead of orange?" Sasuke said, pointing at the clothes Dash was wearing. "Don't blame me. Rarity said that having matching clothes would have been a nice idea." Dash answered, shrugging, helpless. And it does wonders to her figure, the prince added, wiggling his eyebrows. Oh, come on, stop it, the transformed mare said, laughing amused. Fine, fine, just as long as you two keep your pants on. The Uchiha heir answered, sighing. Is he always so flank hurt? Dash whispered. Nah, he must be in a good mood today, normally he is even worse. I can't hear you, Sasuke answered, rising his voice, annoyed. We don't care, both transformed ponies said in chorus before laughing out loudly. A match made in heaven, the Uchiha boy muttered, growling. Meanwhile, Ponyville, Carousel Boutique. Rarity was humming to herself while fixing pins on a new creation of hers resting on a mannequin. Spike was standing near her with a basket full of said pins in his hands to help. When the bell on the door rang, neither of the two looked away from the dress and simply welcomed the new guest inside. Welcome to Carousel Boutique. Hoo. So much focused on your work to be unable even to spare a minute for a proper welcome. Did we came at the wrong moment? Luna asked with a devious smile. Eep. At that, Rarity jumped to attention as soon as she recognized WHO had just entered. Princess Luna, welcome, the mare said immediately while Spike rapidly moved the mannequin in the back. Relax, I was joking, this is just a friendly visit, nothing more. The alicorn answered while distractingly studying the dresses at ready in the shop. It is, the unicorn asked, sweating as she kept watching the princess scan every nook and cranny of her creations with a critical eye. Sigh, am I really that terrifying to you, Rarity Belle? Luna asked with a theatrical sigh while discreetly stealing a glance to the mare with the corner of her eyes. No, it's just a word of yours and my shop will be over, she answered. Can I ask why you think I hold this much power over your fate as a dressmaker? The alicorn asked, honestly confused. Well, you are a princess, and I am not. Your words have weight, lots of it. There's the opening, the alicorn thought in joy. Yes, I am a princess, but I am not one to abuse her position with such levity and destroy the lives of whoever I don't like. To prove this, I am going to ask you this question. Would you like to be treated like a princess? Even just for a day? She asked casually. To be treated like a princess for a day? Ahoo. Yes, Rarity admitted, blushing and looking down at her hood shyly. Hoo. Very well then. I have a friend that is the owner of a small main styling shop in Canterlot, and since he happens to like me, he always leaves a slot free for me in his schedule in case I may need him for an emergency. Would you like to go to him for a full treatment in my stead? Full treatment, Rarity said, shocked. Manicure, scented candles and soft music. Full treatment. I am paying for it of course, so don't worry about budget. The princess said, smirking almost evilly. Gulp. Why? The mare asked, nervous as she fixed the alicorn with a wide-eyed disbelieving stare. Does a gift necessarily need to have a reason? Isn't my wish to be generous enough? Luna asked, looking hurt. No, I didn't mean to offend. I'll accept the offer, Your Highness. Rarity said immediately. Goody. I'll immediately go right to Luce then. It's tomorrow morning good enough for you? Luna asked, ecstatic. Luce. As in Luce D'Angelo. Rarity shrieked with wide eyes. Who else? You think I would let the first pony passing by treat my mane? Don't worry, as I said, I'll pay for it. Tell you what, I'll even ask him to use his best products and take care of you personally. I assure you it will be mind-opening, if you can pass me the term. Luna said, walking away. Okay, the other squeaked. Oh, and I'll take that blue evening dress you have in there with the white feathers on the neck area. Here are the money and my measures, please see to adjust the dress following these perfectly. I'll send a guard to take it for me in 3 days. Have a nice day, Rarity Belle, you'll tell me how it went with Luce once you are back. Luna said, leaving the shop after scribbling her measures on a piece of paper along, leaving a small stack of money near it. Okay, Rarity repeated weakly without seeing the feral grin on the alicorn's face. 3, 2, 1. Thud. Too easy. The alicorn muttered to herself at hearing the unicorn faint as soon as she closed the door behind herself. The next day, Canterlot, Luce and Piuma's paradise, shop. Hee. The unicorn Mare giggled in a near-disturbing way as the receptionist Piuma accompanied her to the VIP area in the back of the main styling shop. This was it. She will finally feel pampered like a princess. Isn't that vinyl scratch? Rarity whispered as she stumbled to a stop once seen the familiar face. She usually drops her new albums here before they even hit the stores. Whenever she comes to renew her cut, we use them as a background and in exchange she gets good publicity. Piuma answered, nodding. This way, Kara. I am tired to see a gem such as you keep going around unpolished. I absolutely have to get my hooves on you, Luz said as he surfaced by the small room in the back. Oh. The mare shuddered in delight as the soft music of the private room reached her ears. A small part of her mind was in the meantime wondering if the divine cone of light shining on the seat along the angel's choir echoing in her ear was all her imagination or not, but that inquiry was easily squashed under the bigger part of her brain being giddy at the knowledge of her being there for free. Take good care of her, Fratello, Piuma said with a conspiratorial smirk. Brother. Oh, I will, the other answered, chuckling darkly. Inside the VIP room. Now, let me work my magic and relax, Luz said before taking a deep breath and unlocking the sealed cabinet to take out a vial of thick, gold-colored liquid as dense as honey. Undiluted. I hope it won't fry her brain, I never tried it like this. The stallion thought, worried as he rapidly added water to turn the shampoo in a delicate yellow foam. Now, let's gossip a little, he said as he slowly crept behind Rarity. Gossip, the mare said, perking up instantly. Yes, like, who between your friends the element bearers will be the first to try and mate with Luna's son? Luz asked as manacles closed around Rarity's hooves. It's a trap, a voice screamed in horror inside the mare's mind. I don't know what you are talking about, she answered disinterested. Liar, the other said, smirking as he finally started using the foam on her mane, making Rarity tense. No, it's too relaxing, she mentally screamed as her eyes went half-lidded and her muscles felt like jelly. Come on, Kara, I just need a list of names in order of who will go first, no pony will know you talked. Luz whispered as the foam itself moved through the unicorn's magic guidance into giving her head a slow massage. No, Rarity said weakly as she tried to no avail to shake her head in the negative. You seem a tad too stressed, some scented candles will help maybe. The main stylist said, smirking as dozen of vanilla-scented candles lighted up as one in tandem with the lights above dimming out. No, not the scented candles. The mare could only think that as her throat was letting out only traitorous moans of delight. I even have some chocolate bonbons made by the owner of La Chocolatier herself. She always used that very same chair you are sitting on, you know. They have cherries and a drop of high-class liquor in them too, Luz said as first-class chocolate gently levitated under the fashionista's nose. No. Why you will never break me, she answered in tears, barely stopping her tongue from sneaking out to take one. Not even with a massage to your hooves. I have some scented oils already ready, the other answered, smiling evilly. Gah, Rarity gasped with a bit of droll already escaping her mouth. Or some French manicure. I got some new amethyst clips I know would look divine applied on your hooves. They seems to have been made just for your fur and mane color. You monster, the mare managed to say out loud as she felt the shampoo and massage to her head erode her defenses to the breaking point. I could tell you so much. So many juicy tidbits of gossip. I just ask for names in exchange. I will never talk. My friends trusted me with this knowledge. Our friendship is more important. I will never talk. Never. Rarity thought, closing her eyes shut tight while biting her tongue. Like who is the mysterious new lover of the Pegasus actress Sweet Fly that every single tabloid of Equestria is desperate to know about, for example? Luz whispered in her ear, making the mare's eyes snap open just like her jaw. Applejack will be first, then Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, and for last Twilight, because she wants to be sure there will be enough moonlight to illuminate the patch of trees she has chosen. The fashionista said rapidly before growing pale as soon she realized her confessing. Oh, sugar honey iced tea, she thought in horror. Wonderful. Then I will tell you, it's that blueberry fellow, the pop singer. No way, Rarity said with wide eyes. Yep, She slipped and told me herself last week. Tell me more, please. Oh, okay. Just because you helped me. Apparently those two have met during a party and Luz said with a friendly smile as he started telling what he knew about that particular VIP couple. Rarity was sure her friends will understand, this was the biggest piece of gossip ever. And also, Luna calmed down a lot after her second corruption moment. She was sure the Alicorn princess won't overreact at all at knowing that. The next day, Royal Castle, Dungeons. Traitor. Twilight shrieked in rage as she and the others were dangling upside down from the ceiling of the damp prison cell thanks to the heavy chains covering their bodies in a giant cocoon. Now, we are not here to talk about who betrayed who. Luna answered calmly while she was sitting on a comfortable chair and levitating a small fork to eat a slice of pie in front of herself while watching the red-faced both from rush of blood and anger mares that had planned their mating with her baby. I am sorry, I couldn't resist long under Luz's care and a bit more to the left, Spike. Rarity answered sadly before momentarily dropping it to tell Spike how to move the mirror she was using to check her new, fabulous, main style. Like this. Perfect. As I was saying, they managed to make me spill everything. But I had no choice, they knew how to make me talk. The unicorn continued saying while still cooing and gushing at the, admittedly, wonderful job Luz had done. Your mane do look pretty. Fluttershy admitted before scowling. But selling us out just for that, it was a mean thing to do. She then said huffing. Now, I am sure you are surprised at the fact we even have dungeons to begin with. Luna started saying before noting Twilight's smug look. I knew they existed instead. They were added as a form of joke by the architect that drew the blueprints at the beginning of you and Princess Celestia's reign because he thought that a castle should always have dungeons. The young mare said. Now is not the moment. AJ hissed making the other shut up with a sheepish expression. This is not important. I will be holding you all here for some time as a punishment for your daring going behind my back and trying to ensnare my son in mindless mating without respecting traditions. Luna bellowed. But I did respect tradition. Again it was Twilight to interrupt. Dash asked confused. Go on, the moon alicorn ordered with narrowed eyes. Spike, go take the pink folder in my room in the library, third filing cabinet on the right, under the letter M, for mating. She answered blushing a little. I'm goin', the small dragon answered immediately. I'll accompany you, just in case. Luna answered teleporting herself and Spike away and leaving the element bearers alone. So, Rarity tried saying. Shut up, traitor, the other girls yelled as one. Sorry. 5 minutes of awkward silence later Luna and Spike returned with a thick folder held in the air by the alicorn's magic as she was going through every page. All respecting traditions. I state my wish to consummate with the prince, the preferred date and time for it to happen and the possible other choices so to meet with the royal family's schedule. Then there is my bio, my academic results with a letter of my former headmaster and a list of my specializations, a short rendition of my family's story, genealogical tree, political point of view and known medical history. I also added favorite, games I wish to propose Maelstrom to go through along possible fetishes me and him could be open to experiment on each other and the various places in Ponyville those could take place in and the instruments we would use. By the way, there is a typo in the last paragraph, the correct term is BDSM. Sorry about that, I mistyped and didn't notice when proofreading as I am new to this. Everything paper is in triple of course. Twilight explained gaining a disbelieving stare from the other mares. What? Knowing how Princess Luna reacts I wanted to make sure I had the less amount possible of problems. And with the cage bunchen spell it didn't actually cut into my job or research time. She answered to their unspoken question. They all fell silent at hearing Luna take a deep breath while closing the folder to give it back to Spike. Poor dragon looking scarred at learning his pseudo-mother Twilly did wish to have a very healthy and very active sexual life. Very well. I guess this leaves me no choice but to let Miss Sparkle go. The princess said sighing. What? Dash yelled in anger. She has moved through the right path to get permission and, what Luna was saying stopped when the door to the dungeon blew up to pieces to let a scowling Celestia enter followed by Maelstrom and Trixie. Sister dear, The sun alicorn asked with an overly sweet tone that made everyone shiver in dread. What's the meaning of this? Celly, how did you? Luna gasped in shock before her eyes fell on Trixie. Et tu, my student. The defeated and apologetic Trixie begs you forgiveness, Teacher Luna. But Maelstrom managed to extract the truth from me. The unicorn answered, looking down ashamed. We were having our date when I saw one of your shadow bats deliver a message to her. Once destroyed, she immediately tried to talk me into going to Manhattan and stay there together until tonight. The prince said with narrowed eyes. At the same time, I discovered to have an improvised meeting in Manhattan as well for a nondescript offer that apparently would have kept me away until tomorrow. You forgot that you never were good at forging my signature when we were fillies, and you still are not able to do it. So once the thing went cancelled, I tried to see why you did that and discovered the disappearance of Twilight and the others. Celestia added with a disapproving tone. And Trixie helped you. She betrayed me. Her teacher. Luna asked, hurt. He used ninja tricks to make the great and stoic Trixie talk, princess. The former show mare answered, blushing. Ninja tricks? Pinky asked, confused. Unseen by Luna, the blonde alicorn winked at the girls and used a trick the elements knew very well to elongate his tongue to twice the size to wave at them, making all of them shiver at the memory of how that felt. Through several dates he had discovered that Twilight and Fluttershy were screamers, still nothing compared to Dash. That AJ and Pinky instead were squirmers. And Trixie, she was both apparently. And a very explosive one at that. What? Luna asked, confused, making her son rapidly turn his tongue back to normal and smile innocently when she turned to look at him. Nothing, sister. Now release them and let's just forget this happened. A red-faced Celestia said with her best dismissive tone. Here goes another sleepless night thanks to my nephew. Darn it. The Sun Princess thought, grimacing. Mother, please, let us. No, I will never let them have their way with you. Never. Except Trixie, she has my blessing. So please, feel free to go out together, you two. I don't mind, just do not jump immediately to mating. Luna roared in answer before disappearing in a burst of magic. Sigh. Please forgive her, I spoiled her too much when we were young, so she still acts like a filly sometimes when she is stressed. Celestia said, sighing, while she and both Trixie and Maelstrom worked to free the trapped mares. Later that night, Luna's bedroom. Mating with my baby. As if. I accepted the herd, yes, but mating. That's 300 years too soon. The moon alicorn said while devouring in blind fury the sweets from her secret reserves. Barely a couple of months together and they already plan ahead for that. Back in the days we took things way slower. She added, pulling a lever to have an entire wall spin of 180 to show a collection papers stuck on it. Luckily I have a timetable to work with in my genius mind, my perfect plan is foolproof. Said plan had been enriched by doodles of herself with me written above her horn, Twilight and company. Meanie, barely acceptable, pervert shy, and so on, and her son, my baby, doodle of an heart, followed by diagrams, half-erased notes and pictures. Yes, this should work. Luna muttered as she neared the wall to correct few things. Not too far away, Celestia was hiding in a corner of the room and shaking her head in sadness at the situation, stealing her resolve at helping the Moon Princess understand once and for all that what she was doing was definitely wrong. I know she hates the idea of him growing up, ever parents have that fear, but I thought those falls of truth would have helped. Well, I guess shock therapy is in order then. The Sun Alicorn thought before quietly leaving the room to teleport to Ponneville to check if her luck had what she needed already in position. Barely few minutes later and Luna shrieked in surprise as enchanted ropes and chain tied her up together with a thick piece of cloth covering her mouth. So we have an accord. The Moon Princess heard her sister say out loud. Yep, I help you stopping her from escaping and in exchange I can take notes to help Miss Eno. Discord answered as his own magic covered the chains trapping Luna in a way to make her escape impossible. Sorry, my dear sister. But this is necessary to help you understand, your son is no longer a baby, he is an adult free to make his choices, and you leave me no choice if not giving you a first row seat on his adult life. Come with us, Celestia said, teleporting the three away. First row. No, she is not going to do what I think. Luna thought in pure disgusted horror. Ponneville, and Gilda's apartment, bedroom, warning. Adult content. Here we are. Your turn, Discord. I can't do this. The sun Alicorn said as soon as the trio reappeared in an hidden corner of the street under the window of the rainbow-maned girl's bedroom. Okay. Invisibility for us and transparent walls of the room, just for our eyes of course, the Draconiquus said, cracking his fingers and launching a small bullet of light at the wall. I'll make sure we will hear what is happening. Sorry again, Luna. But you need to snap out of it. Celestia said, sighing as her own horn flared in energy. I'll never forgive you too. What are you planning to do? The bound Luna thought with narrowed eyes. Her answer came when two blurs almost tore down the bedroom door, making both and Maelstrom crash land on the mattress, giggling and laughing. No, I am not going to see my baby doing it, right? Right. Hearing it happen once was bad enough. But watching, no. The princess though as pounced on him, pushing his back into the soft mattress to kiss him as hard as she could, her hooves pressing down hard on either side of his head as she raped, from Luna's point of view, his mouth with her lips and tongue. Both moaning in bliss, the blonde Alicorn rolled aside to pin her beneath him and looking transfixed at her mane, forming a colorful halo around her head. We should put on some privacy seals, Maelstrom whispered while lightly biting her neck. No. Let Gilda hear. Answered, shaking her head with little moans breaking her answer. I love when ya act all dirty. He answered, smirking, leaning to kiss her again while rubbing his body on hers. Then make me dirtier. The mare answered, bucking her hips upward beneath him, as if to remind him what was missing between them. Oh, sorry, my bad, he answered, winking before showing that indeed he was stiffly in the mood to take her. With Discord. Well, they seems to have the dirty talk down to AT, how are you two holding up? The chaos entity asked while taking notes on a pad. Just peachy. Celestia muttered, uneasy. She was blushing madly and covering her eyes with an hoof, although randomly taking a small peek before returning to cover her eyes. And Lulu. She seems fine. A clone of Discord wearing lab coat and glasses answered, pouring some eye drops in the moon Alicorn's eyes as he was using specula to hold her eyes open and not look away. Let her hear some relaxing music, she seems to be hyperventilating. The original Discord said. Okay. Beethoven's Ninth Symphony should do the trick, I took it from an human world. The clone said, putting earphones on Luna and continuing to keep her eyes hydrated. Specula, traumatic image sand Beethoven's music. Where did I saw this before? Bah, whatever. Back with Maelstrom and While that was happening, the rainbow-maned mare had once again flipped the situation so to once again being her the one straddling the other while rubbing her behind up and down her lover's shaft. Are we impatient perhaps, my rainbow princess? The blonde Alicorn asked with a teasing smile as he kissed her again and jokingly poked her drenched, waiting entrance with his thing. You have no idea, ha. Her words had soon exploded into a loud moan as the prince speared her without warning, forcing her to throw back her head to howl out her first climax. Already? He asked, smirking. 2 weeks without this. It's been too long, she answered, getting up to turn around and face it, nuzzling its length and taking deep breaths of its scent with an expression of deep longing on her face. Same here. He answered as his face dove between her legs in blind hunger to bury his tongue deep inside her, making her mewl in surprise, her groans growing in volume when his teeth started scraping the outer rim of her vagina as he tried to reach as deep as he could while covering the whole opening with his mouth. Even if it was not the first time, Maelstrom was still a bit surprised when her thighs wrapped around his head, surprise soon evaporating when her warm mouth rapidly encased the throbbing head of his erection to give it strong, desperate bouts of suckling. As head bobbed up and down, she tried using different speed and angles to see what he liked most, sometimes making the tip rub gently on the soft inner side of her cheeks or slowly dragging her tongue on the engorged veins singularly so to better enjoy his squirming and his surprised squeals. She had even tried to drag her teeth along its full length on her way back up, smirking at his hissing intake of air. Oh, God. Was Maelstrom's only warning before his hips bucked up, forcing the mare to go full deep throat before literally exploding in a flood too intense for her to manage and forcing his white salty load to drip from the side of her lips in waves while her eyes widened in surprise, soon turning her face in a mess as few thick strands landed on her as soon as she managed to pull her mouth off of it. "Wow, you were backing up a lot," she said in wonder as soon as the seemingly endless stream of white stopped, the girl still hungrily licking from top to bottom to gather the wasted sperm. "I missed you a low whoa." As soon as he had been licked back into full stiffness and before he could finish his sentence, Dash impaled herself on his penis and starting a wild riding of him while she kept licking his neck and cheeks. "You have more. You have lots of more, I know. Enough to drown me. To cover me. Then give it to me," she ordered sharply before kissing him again. At that the prince simply got too aroused to answer as he took it out, spun her around so that her ass was facing him and then proceeded to shove it all inside her in one go, making the mare go cross-eyed with his full-powered plowing, Dash groaning weakly as he pressed her head down, burying her face on the pillow. "I wonder if I can do this with an horse body as well," he muttered darkly. "Doing wah, oh, my goodness," Dash shrieked as he once again turned her around, this time forcing her back legs up in the air spread wide open and then bending them so that the tip of her hooves touched down at the sides of her head, leaving only her shoulder pressed on the mattress and her ass up in the air. "I want to see what face you do when I ram it all the way down," he answered before starting a furious in and out as he left gravity and weight help him plow her. "Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God," Dash kept repeating as the new position left her wide open for him to literally abuse as he wished, while the excess of seed from both him and her kept pouring down on her chest as released load after load inside her. "More. I want more," the blonde alicorn growled as his body erupted into golden flames. The sage mode is not supposed to be used like that," Kurama tried saying. "Shut up," the transformed shinobi roared in answer. "Sorry. Oh, God, mildly. I love you. I love you you. Dash howled as the other did the impossible and gained even more speed. "Grah," the stallion answered by using the golden cloak to turn his wings into human-like hands to grab the front legs of the mare so to lift her up as he himself stood on his back legs, ramming inside the girl always faster in clearly desperate need of release. "Maelly, I am coming. Maelly, I am coming. Maelly, I am coming." Mind completely gone, Dash kept repeating over and over with her eyes losing focus and her mouth getting stuck open in a continuous orgasm until with a final, weak and strangled whimper she welcomed her lover's climax. "Ahan," Maelstrom howled as he finally climaxed, every single drop of his pent-up lust shooting inside her with raging force, making a deluge of white rain down from her entrance as it was filled and overfilled to the impossible. Without saying a word, both exhausted lovers fell on the ruined bed as soon as he dropped the chakra cloak to try and recover their breath. "That was awesome, Dashi," he said, kissing her. "Oh, she's out of it. I'll keep her company then," the prince muttered, moving the sheets to cover both him and the unconscious girl that still cuddled against him as soon as he hugged her, both falling rapidly asleep immediately after. Outside, with Discord. "Darn. I have to say that he is not one to hold back, that's for sure." "You okay, Celly?" the Draconiquus said with a low whisper of awe while pocketing his notepad. "Ahoo," Celestia answered distractingly as she waited for her Defcon 11 level blush to finally subside and stop trying to fry her face. "And Luna?" Discord asked, finally freeing the trapped moon alicorn that instead stood still unbreathing. Did we break her?" Celestia asked, worried. "No, sister. I am fine," Luna answered, sighing and sitting down on the floor with a defeated expression on her face. "I am sorry you had to see this," the Sun Princess said sadly, hugging her sister tight to cheer her up. "It had to be done. I needed to see this. To open your eye on him and the element bearers," Discord said, nodding sagely. "Yes, now I know that he needs a girl worthy of him. Just look at Dash, only once and she passes out. Romance is good and all, so is being able to hold smart conversations and good manners, but my baby needs a woman able to satisfy him too," Luna answered. "That's what?" Celestia said, shocked. "Now I see why he hasn't heard, a single one of them is not enough for him. You saw her. She can't keep up. My son has to accept subpar women because his training gave him greater stamina. And now he will be forced to remain hot and bothered because his partner can't mate with him more than once. Inexcusable. The moon alicorn said indignant. Wait. We meant to. You two opened my eyes to the real problem, and I thank you for it. But now I need to go. Tomorrow I'll start looking for a proper woman able to satisfy him in bed as well. Failed that I'll make sure Trixie herself will be up to the task. The girl shows great respect and a sharp mind, it would be only a matter of helping her develop the right endurance. At least I know I can trust her. And Twilight and the other element bearers. Oh, fine. If they can get more stamina they too can stay. At least I won't be forced to scout all Equestria for some dirty mare I don't know a thing about. You know what they say, better the devil you know than the devil you don't. The moon alicorn said before teleporting away. So this means this plan failed? Discord asked dumbfounded. Yes, it did. Just help me track her down. If we can't stop her from interfering directly, we can try to use her fixation to finally make her understand. How? By explaining to her the safety in numbers rule. If we can convince her that quantity can substitute quality, maybe she will finally stop this crusade of hers. Come with me. Celestia answered as she too teleported away. Easier to say than do. She gets deaf when it comes to her baby boy. And even I don't know how to phrase the idea of an herd being a good substitute to a single mare able to keep up with him without making it sound like a veiled insult to him and to the elements. Sigh. I miss being trapped in rock. It was easier. The Draconiquus muttered depressed before following both alicorn princesses. Meanwhile, inside the apartment. So we were being spied. Maelstrom said sighing. Yeah, I saw your mother, Celestia and Discord stand under window looking up towards you, Gilda answered sighing. Nothing else. Your mother is probably planning something for and the others, she didn't seem happy at her passing out. The Griffin answered shrugging. We went a little overboard. A little. Modest aren't you? Gilda replied snorting. We know what we like, you can ask her as soon as she wakes up if I overdid. The prince answered. No, thank you. I already have a non-existent love life, I don't need more details about you two and your escapades. Let's just hope Aunt Celestia will finally manage to curb my mother's obsession, it's starting to stop being worrying and turning ridiculous. Maelstrom answered sighing. I hope so, for you and the others, cause she can get scary when she wants to. Gilda answered shaking her head and leaving. Life was easier in Konoha, life was so much easier. The prince muttered sighing as he rejoined for a good night of sleep.